If you're a maintenance supervisor for a commercial property, you've had to deal with everything from leaky faucets to flickering light bulbs. But nothing's worse than that ancient boiler that's lived in the building since the day it was built, 50 years ago. It's enough to make anyone lose their cool. That's where Grainger comes in. With industrial-grade products and dependable fast delivery, Grainger can help with any challenge, from worn-out components to everyday necessities. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Enamórate con la venta de San Valentín de JCPenney y ahorra hasta 70% en joyería fina con el cupón. Endulza el ambiente con hasta 50% en esenciales para el hogar. Además, usa el cupón en la app de JCPenney y ahorra aún más. Déjate flechar por estos ahorros y celebra el Día del Amor y la Amistad por todo lo alto. JCPenney, vale la pena. Ofertas válidas hasta el 14 de febrero en selección de estilos. Aplican exclusiones. Detalles en la tienda jcp.com.
Welcome to Air Checks. Here is more of the Gene Shepard Marathon on WOR in New York City. From July 10, 1960, Shep talks about the chain on the door, the steel mill and Terry and the pirates. Permanent protection from the elements. War is breaking in a new 50,000-watt transmitter after the show. The one in current use was put into service in 1923. Mom's cookie cutter, the New York Times asks Shepard for assistance. Whitey Ford pitches to a loser. Fu Manchu for president. Chinese water torture, a lifetime credit card, 3 roosters on a bathtub. Portions of this program might be recorded out of sequence.
I just couldn't help it. Oh, I every time I hear that, I break out in a sweat. I just couldn't help it. This is this is. Have you ever been to a convention, a real political convention? I once attended a convention, and let me tell you, there is nothing. I don't know whether or not many of you realize, because most people are basically afraid to get up before other people. You know, you constantly get this written in letters and so. I just can't get up in front of people, Mr. Shepard. I just don't. I don't know. You know, this routine. Well, let me tell you this: that there are very few things. In fact, I don't know of anything that is quite as intoxicating. I guess that's about almost the only word you can use. It even goes beyond intoxication. Intoxication of some kind or another is just as it flows through your brain gets on fire. Your innards are in a fantastic turmoil. I don't know of any feeling of intoxication that even remotely approaches the feeling of standing before a group of thousands of people. It's not a group, it's a crowd, of course, when it gets to be in that category. But let's say 1,000 people with a microphone, and you are having a good day. You are hot. And they are listening to every word you are saying, and everything that you utter is important. And there's a microphone in front of you, and every time you say something, you can hear the sound echoing back to you. And there is this intense feeling of power. And you know, once you have tasted this, it is impossible to ever go back again, really. that we're always talking about what is the cause of war, what is the cause of this drive to become a Hitler, what makes a man suddenly become a Castro, what makes a man suddenly become a Mussolini or whatever it is that rises to become a tyrant over other men. No one can explain it really, except to say that anyone who has ever tasted the little bit of it, that is, controlling a vast crowd, a faceless crowd, anyone who has ever had that experience will know there's just never any question of what it is that makes a Hitler, what it is that makes there's something that catches on fire in your brain. And I just couldn't help but play this record, which is part of an LP that I cut about a year or so ago. And this particular LP has to do with the whole phenomenon of the man standing before a gigantic crowd. It doesn't refer specifically, to crowds. The idea also is that the crowd itself, after it becomes after it in a sense ignites, when the crowd ignites, when the brain begins to burn, when this little man is standing in the Klieg lights and his microphone is picking up the echoes and the feedback, when the crowd ignites, it too, you see, knows a moment of exaltation that it hardly ever knows singly. It's a fascinating thing that crowds, almost any crowd, you under the proper circumstances, of course, people behave pretty much the same, and getting the crowd into a proper pitch, a proper sense of that flame, that brush fire that burns through the hearts and the souls of men. Once someone has stood up before them with a flag and says, "Forward, men, forward!" They, once this happens, almost any crowd will do almost anything. That's something that you got to remember. Any of you who saw any pictures of what went on down at Newport here last week are aware of that. Any of you who saw crowds, do you remember the pictures taken down in Cuba about a year and a half ago when all those people were sitting in the sports palace and this demagogue or whoever it was who was speaking, it wasn't necessarily Castro, but somebody would get up and would feed the crowd more, and he'd, and then the crowd would go, burn them, kill them, and rising to a great height. Well, I remember seeing newsreels of Hitler when Hitler was addressing, say, a party congress or something of this nature. They had the torches burning and they had the great eagles rising above the podium, and Hitler, this tiny figure. Incidentally, the tinier the figure, the more imposing it becomes. This is fascinating. Most people think of a big man. No, it's almost always little men who lead crowds, because little men in the limelight are more dramatic than big men. There is a, and how to explain this? Well, you have to go into almost a whole theory of aesthetics to explain why it is. The light looks so big and the man looks so small, and because he looks so small, his ideas become even more powerful. That I don't think we would follow a man 45 feet tall. The dramatics would just be gone. And when I recorded this thing, I was thinking of all the crowds I had ever seen and all the spellbinders I had ever been involved with. And it goes into all different areas. For example, in the religious area, the crowds will do things in the name of religion. They will do things in the name of excitement that they would not normally do. I remember one day I'm standing here in a crowd down on 72nd Street or 71st, something like that, over on Fifth Avenue, right next to the park. It was a beautiful day and the sun was coming down and there was a parade coming along. And I'm in the middle of the crowd. And suddenly I began to sense there was something funny going on, and I could see a few policemen around riding horses and mounted police, and there was a little thing going on in the air. And the next thing I knew, there were a group of Cubans marching past, and I was in a crowd of Cubans and Americans and people, and there was a sort of a big fat blonde standing in the middle of the crowd next to me, and she was complaining because she couldn't get across the street. And next to her was her poodle, who was also complaining because he couldn't get across the street. And next to the poodle was her girlfriend, who looked exactly like the poodle, and she was complaining because she couldn't get across the street. And one of them said, you know, one time I stood between 61st and 65th Street. It took me over an hour in a cab to get that distance. This traffic is getting terrible. And of course, there was a parade going by, and we were in the middle of a gigantic human event. And within 30 seconds, people started to throw eggs. Believe it or not, have you ever been in a parade where they started to throw eggs? And then suddenly, eggs came out of people's pockets. And eggs went back and forth, and I'm in the middle of it. And the cop comes galloping over on a horse. And directly in front of me, there's this little Cuban. This little Cuban is looking at the crowd. And he's wearing a green shirt, and he's getting more and more excited, and he's sweating. And he starts to throw pieces of paper out. And the next thing I know, he's hollering, "Yankee, go home! Yankee, go home! Yankee!" And there I'm a Yankee, see? And I turn to him and I say, "Me Yankee, me home." He says, "Yankee, go home, Yankee." And within 30 seconds, I began to believe he had a point. I don't know why. I began to believe, yes, maybe it is time that I pick up my care packages and go home. And here I was on Fifth Avenue and home. I didn't know what to do. It's getting to the point where there's no place for a Yankee to go. And it was all part of that gigantic crowd. Speaking of the gigantic crowd philosophy, this is WOR, AM and FM New York. And we'll be here until 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, I don't know, just keep fighting.
Today, taste is what smokers want most in a cigarette. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should because Winston has an important difference. The big difference is filter blend, and only Winston has it. Filter blend is up front in Winston, up front where it really counts. Exclusive filter blend, rich golden tobaccos specially selected, specially processed for filter smoking. Designed to give you all the true tobacco taste you light up to enjoy.
Yes, like man, yeah. It is something that, I don't know, you just can't explain. As a person who has done a great deal of public performing, public speaking, I can tell you this, that the most exciting of all, you don't get the sense of it in radio. Radio is a very interesting and very intricate medium. And it's a medium, sadly enough, someday I'm going to talk about this. In fact, I might do that might do that even now, right this very minute. But the whole idea of radio performance and radio acting, to transmit an essential, ethereal, almost tenuous idea by radio, is almost a completely lost art. That back in the 19th, it's sad that a whole art form grew to fruition and then suddenly disappeared. It would be as if somebody had invented painting and great painters had flourished for, maybe 20 years, and then everybody forgot about painting because everyone discovered ceramics or they discovered sculpture, and they just completely ignored painting for that day on, because radio can do things that television and that movies and that the stage can never do. It plays with the imagination in a mind that I think no other medium can ever even approach. And yet, the whole idea of radio acting, some great radio actors who in their field were as fine as, and in many cases even better than anybody performing on Broadway, anybody performing in the Shakespearean repertory today. Some great actors rose to become really fine artists in the field of radio back in the 1930s and early 40s, and the whole canvas is gone now. The whole thing is gone, and it's really a shame, because this was a fine medium, and is, as far as it's as though there's a big sleeping giant out there, a huge sleeping giant that's lying out there that one time people hunted.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
If you love hurricanes, daiquiris, and, well, any rum cocktail, listen up. Captain Morgan's about to shake things up like never before. We're talking Bourbon Street, New Orleans, home to legendary drinks and unforgettable moments. But what if we told you the most iconic cocktails here have one thing in common? Hint, it's not bourbon. That's right, it's rum. And Captain Morgan is bringing unforgettable fun to Bourbon Street in a way you won't want to miss. Get ready for something big as we gear up for Super Bowl 59. Make sure to keep your eyes on NOLA's most iconic street. Who knows, Bourbon Street might just need a new name. Stay tuned for clues and get ready for the most legendary adventure yet. Please drink responsibly. Captain Morgan Original Spice Rum, 35% alcohol by volume. Captain Morgan Rum Company, New York, New York.
Excited people and has now long since somehow been forgotten by the people, and it's lying out in the jungle there, just completely untouched. It's as though there's a whole new mind land. Let's say a universe of the psyche is lying out there untouched and will be untapped. And it's interesting how it's ignored by even the most important types of people. That as far as radio is concerned, it hardly matters what you say on radio, even though there are thousands of people listening to radio, millions, every day. It hardly matters what is said on radio because the official journals don't really take cognizance of it. They never do. Somebody puts on a little bitty off-Broadway show with 25 people in the audience and 4 people in the cast. They will get columns of print and type in the New York Times, on the Sunday page, too, you see. But radio shows go on and on. Many of them are very, very worthwhile. But that's beside the point. What I was trying to say here was that perhaps the sense of power that is evident in working before a live audience, with a man before a live audience, the sense of power and the kind of two-way communication. This is obviously not often felt in radio. I know that I don't often feel it in the sense that there is a great crowd out there. It's just not there for me. When I work, I'm working in a vacuum, in a closed, sealed room. And I can tell you this, that as a person who has done a great deal of stage work of one kind or another, I can say that the sense of power that a person knows performing on the stage is a sublime thing. It's the thing that draws people into the theater. Don't let them give you this jazz about I'm here because of the art. I'm always amused when I hear an actor being interviewed, and he's talking about the artistic sure there is a percentage of that involved too, but a very small percentage. Let me say this, that the sense of power that a man feels when he walks before a camera or when he walks out of the wings and onto the stage, the sense of the power that he has over all the people watching, the audience, is by far and away the greatest thing that draws him to what he does. And the personal sense of power, I would like to know how many actors, for example, would really work and would really and genuinely act if there was a law passed that there would be no credit lines given. Nobody's name would ever be mentioned. Would change a lot of attitudes, I can tell you, towards acting overnight. And it would also change a lot of people in the audience's attitudes towards the theater. They would be furious if they didn't know the names of the people. For some reason or other, knowing their names makes them more important, even in the case of the bad actor. And, when you get into this business of crowd psychology and the great sense of fantastic power you feel, you're going to hear this in all the conventions. That is the reason why I played this record today. I was listening to it the other night, and I thought, I can remember the first time that I attended a convention, which was not, it was 1952 was the first convention I ever saw. 52? Yeah. And I went into this convention hall, and almost always the convention halls seem hot, even if they're not hot. They have 5,000 air conditioners all going, but they're hot. The reason they are heated is, or the sense of being heated. They're not really heated. You can look at the thermometer and it says 74, but you're walking around and you feel like it's 110 in there. The reason, of course, is the electric tension, in a way, this constant sense of excitement that is bubbling up inside of everybody all the time, even when it seems as though nothing is going on. It's always there. It's always latent. You get 3,000 people there bound together on one thing, and generally bound together by a set of abstractions with a sense of being embattled, and that's very important, with a sense of being embattled and that there is an enemy. Now, in the case of the convention, the enemy, of course, is the other party. That there is an enemy, there is always that little thin thing that can break out in any direction. And you walk into the convention hall and you feel it immediately. You just this hum, and all the machinery is humming, the air conditioners are humming, and you can hear the sound of the PA system echoing back and forth. And then at night, when the speeches begin, when after all the preliminary work is done, and incidentally, the preliminary work is important to the building up of the dramatic impact of the real thing of the meeting, the solidarity, the kind of religio, socio-psycho involvement that everyone has in this thing. It builds up slowly, until finally there is a tiny man. Can I have that record again? I want to show just a piece of it. There is a tiny man standing on a podium, and the lights are shining down on him, and everybody has slowly drawn toward this moment. It doesn't make any difference what he says. And this is the thing I would like to, one time I would like to see somebody write, it doesn't matter down any place. Sometime I would like to see somebody write a treatise, and undoubtedly there have been several, and I just haven't run into them, a treatise on what this phenomenon has meant to man's history. This phenomenon of the single man standing before a vast crowd. Hitler was a perfect example of it in our time. He almost completely solidified and brought together so many diverse elements in man's nature. The exalting, of course, the power to make a man feel that he was bigger. Man constantly feels that he's bigger than nature itself. This is what Hitler always told the Germans. In addition to that, there is also the sense of violence that's always there, to do violence. We all have it deep within ourselves, and even the most simple or plain of Staten Island type people will have, if given the proper provocation, will rise to heights of violence that you never possibly would have thought was inside of them, under all the proper triggering. Believe me, it's there. And it's a fascinating thing to see in performance. I have seen, for example, evangelists speak total nonsense, complete and utter non-sequitorial nonsense for 40 minutes at a time, but their eyes burn. No one can quote them, you see, after they're through. I sat in a hall one time where there was an evangelist, a famous evangelist was speaking, and he walked out on the stage. And incidentally, there's another thing that must be impressed on you, and that is this, that all the great successful practitioners of this have always striven at all odds and always and under all circumstances to be the plainest of men when they are out on the stage. When I say plain, I mean plain dress. We like to think of guys with badges and swords. No. The really effective ones were almost Spartan in their simplicity. Hitler was always surrounded by who had big fancy hats and swords. Hitler's uniforms were drab almost to monasticity. He would walk out with nothing, just a dark gray uniform and a dark shirt, no badges, maybe a tiny, tiny symbol somewhere, and that's all. A brilliant showman, probably just perhaps more instinctive than anything else. Anyway, I remember this evangelist who always wears dark clothing, completely white shirt, dark suit, dark tie. That's all. He walks out on the stage with brilliant lights on him. Brilliant, just absolutely brilliant. And the rest of the auditorium, and this is important too, is almost in total darkness. The people are dark, you see, because when you're in darkness, you can become part of a mass. If everyone is looking at everyone else, there is this little sense of self-consciousness. Look at this little short, fat idiotic-looking woman sitting here next to me. But no, when the lights are out, everybody is one, and everybody is handsome, and everyone is exalted. And so he walks out on the stage, you see. He looks down at the audience, and there's this long pause. And the pause gets kind of like a rubber band that's been stretched beyond its endurance. The pause rises, and he looks down with burning eyes upon the crowd. And then he starts out slowly. Sinners, you have come. Sinners, you have come. And it rises and rises and rises. And he speaks, if you listen to him carefully, if you've ever taken a dictaphone recording of what he says, the nonsense flows as self-contradictory. One phrase contradicts another, and it rises higher and higher and higher. But by the end of maybe 20 or 30 minutes, the crowd is to a tremendous frenzy of exaltation, and they are ready to march in any direction. And the interesting thing about it is that nobody can ever quote this man. He's dynamic. He's dynamic, and he's so sincere. Well, these are fascinating manifestations, you know. This thing, the desire to be led and to be exalted, and the desire to lead and to exalt are I think, the most interesting facets of man's whole personality. There's no other animal that we know of that has this. And when the moment arises, now I'll give you the cue here. When the moment arises, when the lights are dimmed in the auditorium, and let's say it's 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, and thousands of people have gathered in, and they're all pressed in. You know that one of the in fact, I think it was Roosevelt in the early 30s. They even went so far as to turn the air conditioning off during one speech. To turn the air conditioning off, because the air conditioning, you see, that heat that was generated within each man excited him even more, until finally the whole crowd was rising to a frenzy. They were ready to march. And if you've ever seen a great victory march after a man has been nominated, a victory march where suddenly everybody is out there, he doesn't know why. He's carrying his sign. 15 minutes ago, he said he was for somebody else. 20 minutes ago, he said he was for somebody even before that. And now suddenly he's out there with his sign and he's marching. The speech rises and rises and rises, until finally man's brain swirls in this great sense of exaltation. Listen to him.
Industry and
They can't control themselves now. There's no going back.
Hello, delegate.
You feel it rising, the heat, the tension.
I am at a loss for words.
Can't you just see this guy standing down there with his coat collar open, his tie pulled down, sweat pouring off his face, great lights beaming down on him? The PA system is echoing and echoing. He pauses.
As I stand before you on this historic occasion,
how can they control themselves?
America, nay, indeed, all of the Western world awaits the decision we are about to make.
He assures the mob that they're important. The mob is great. They're about to make a great decision. Listen to him. How can they control themselves? Here's their chance.
I am humble and proud.
Humility is important.
To call.
We are all smaller than the occasion.
American, a friend of many years.
He is now pointing to the Savior.
A man whose name shall rank with the greatest presidents in the history of these United States of America.
Great Scott!
Ladies and gentlemen,
they're pouring into the aisles. They haven't even heard the name yet.
To place in nomination for the office of President
I mean, aren't you ready to march? Oh, this is, to me, one of the aspects of man's little nature that no one ever even talks about. Oh, they just don't want to mention it, you know. And it's within every one of us, believe me. Don't think that because you're an egghead you won't march. Daddy, you will march quicker than anybody. It's a fascinating thing. I one time went when I was a kid. I was just a tiny urchin, and I had gotten a job. I had gotten a job in the steel mill, and one thing led to the other. And this was when the steel mills were having a tremendous battle with the labor forces and with unionization and one thing and another. And it was just a great rising, hissing, steaming, boiling cauldron. And I was just, I was about 16. And it was in the summer, and I was working as an office boy. And the next thing I knew, they had me down at a union meeting. And people kept jumping up and shouting and pounding on tables, and other people kept pounding on the dais up in front with gavels. And the next thing that happened was that all of the men, there must have been 1,000 of them in this meeting hall. There were about 4 guys who were controlling the mob, and they kept jumping. There were patsies, of course, in the crowd who were shills, you might say. And the man who was giving the speech would say, "And I stand before you tonight." And he would rise, and I'm listening to this, and I recognized, even in my primeval mind of the period, my early Neolithic mind, I recognized that what this man was saying bore no relationship at all to what was going on, the actual facts of the world that we lived in and worked in. But it didn't matter, you see. And he kept shouting, until finally the crowd marched right out of the hall, marched down the street. And the next thing I knew, people had torches. I don't know where torches came from, but fire, by the way, is very important to a wild emotional catharsis. And Hitler knew this too. He always had torches raised. That if you've ever seen a mob somewhere in the South, you'll see the torch raised sometime. Next thing you know, there's a fire burning, because fire is very primeval, boy. And so the next thing I knew, people got torches. They marched right to the front gate of the mill, and they broke down the gate, and they were destroying the clock house and all this, just marching and screaming and hollering. And the police arrived with hoses, and everybody, it was sort of like the next morning, everybody woke up with a hangover. It's a wild thing. I never saw such a thing in my life. But it's there. Oh, it's there. Believe me, it's there. It's down within, because, and I think it's even more evident in our time. It's more there during our day than ever before. It isn't because man has not progressed really as man. He has progressed as a machine maker, but he hasn't progressed really as man. Because, you see, as he gets more, I feel, because he gets more and more and more abstract with his life, there are fewer and fewer things which he can really believe in, that he can become really transported by. And so he is willing to march almost on any provocation. Even if he has to march against himself, if he has to hold up a big sign that says, "I hate myself, down with me." If somebody gets up and gives him the right word and raises the temperature in the room high enough, he will march. Believe me, he will march. It's an interesting phenomenon. And I can say this, that as a person who has spoken for groups of people where there were maybe 2,000 or 3,000 in the crowd, the bigger the crowd is, the larger the crowd gets, the more faceless it gets. I'm speaking to you as a person who has, for example, maybe some of you remember when out at Central Park, for example, about 3 years ago, I did some humor things during things that were going on out at Central Park. And at that time, there were upwards of 5,000 and 6,000 people gathered there. I've done Carnegie Hall things where there were as many as 4,000 people in the hall with nothing but this great, faceless, dark mass facing you. And it doesn't really face you. It's just out there. And the thing that's important to remember is that when you're addressing a large number of people, it is much easier to be in control than when you're addressing a small group of people. This is something that very few people seem to understand. They say, how can you get out before all those people? It's much easier to get out before all those people than before 10 or 12 people. And also, it is much easier to be in a crowd and to listen to someone in a great crowd than it is in a small group. And that's why all the great tyrants of the past have concentrated on huge crowds, not little crowds. They didn't stand on street corners and talk to 28 people. They talked on balconies overlooking great squares where there would be massed maybe 2 million people. This is, as any speaker can tell you, this is a situation that is loaded. Wow, it's loaded. And the sense, though, that have you ever asked yourself, what does the man who is doing it feel like? Have you ever really asked yourself, what does he feel like when he's standing out there in front of this massive, and he feels them reacting, you see? He says a word, he says, and fellow Americans, and you feel that coming back to you. Have you ever asked yourself what it feels like to be a man who has said this or who is in this situation? Well, I can tell you, having been in the situation several times, it is probably the most exciting feeling that a man that I have ever known. Exciting, it's a sense almost of godlike power that goes beyond your power. I mean, that raises you to a height of millions of feet tall. And it is this same sense, you see, modified, of course, because most actors don't have a personal involvement in their material that they're espousing. They don't really have the feeling of saying something that is from within them. But nevertheless, they get up there and they are 40 feet tall. And everyone has the secret desire to be looked up to, the secret desire to be paid homage to, the secret desire to be in power. And if you're in doubt about that, I would suggest that you look in any one of our advertisements, almost any one of the big ads that you see for automobiles and for hats and for skid chains and for overshoes and for wash and wear suits. They all subtly say, power. You will have power over the lesser dressed. You will have power over the lesser shod. You will have power over the lesser riders in the lesser automobiles. And it just flows on out of us. It's a fascinating thing. As a matter of fact, the great tendency of one of the saddest things that happens when a man works before great crowds is this sense that when the great crowd is responding, that in the end you will do or say anything to make them respond. It is a kind of a mutual adoration thing. And I know that, well, I've heard many nightclub comics, for example, who sound as though they're saying things, and when they say things, when they contradict themselves, or when they deal in half-truths, they often start out idealistic. They often start out with a real sense of point and direction in what they have to say. But then, after maybe 2 or 3 years of working the trail, the crowd applauding and the crowd being part of him and being one of him becomes much more important than what you have to say. And as long as you can make people think you're saying something and they will respond to that, that is even better. The terrible sense of unity that you get is something that has to be experienced, really. You know, I listen to conventions. I'm always fascinated by them. I wanted to go to the convention this year. I, in fact, had kind of planned to go to the convention to make some reports back on radio of the way, you know, the way it really feels there, the tension and the sense in the air, rather than talk about the specific candidates. To walk into somebody's caucus room, or to walk into someone's campaign room and come back and tell you how it feels in Lyndon Johnson's room, where his headquarters are. How does it feel in Kennedy's room? How does it feel in Nixon's room? You know, all the people there. What are the little inner sensations and tensions that you feel? You really get some interesting things going in this world of mass man, and it's a thing which we all desire. There's no question about it. We all desire somehow to be in a vast mob. We have this terrible split right down the middle of us. The split that on the one side says, I am an individual. By George, I'm an individual. And on the other side, I'm mankind. love mankind. Well, in a sense, the two are really diametrically opposed. And you'll keep shifting back and forth between the two of them. When you feel that mankind has walked away from you, then you become very much the individual. When you feel that you are able to, in some way or another, draw mankind to you, then you become a non-individual, you see. It depends on which side of the particular coin you happen to be working on at the moment. I've seen this constant contradiction arise when people are gathered in sales meetings, for example, who work in mass media. I'll see a guy say, well, of course, I believe in individual initiative. I think of all of us here, we believe in ideas. And then in the next phrase, he will say, well, what about the mass out there? What about the mass? In a sense that he has negated exactly what he has said prior to that moment. Speaking of the negation.
You are tuned to 710 on your dial. This is WOR Radio, your station for news.
What do you hear in the best of circles? Shaper all around. People all have found the pleasure doesn't fade after one or two. You get that first beer pleasure each beer through. That's why you hear in the best of circles, Schaefer all around.
Settle on Schaefer, your cue to quality.
This is WOR, AM and FM, New York. Owned and operated by RKO General. Next best thing to being a delegate. Hear the Democratic National Convention starting Monday, July 11th on WOR Radio, your number one station for convention coverage. Your dial is set for news. At the WOR time tone, the time will be exactly 1 p.m.
James McCarthy reporting. For up-to-the-minute reports, keep tuned to this station. Now the news. Well, America, when did you last look in the mirror? Perhaps you'd better do it now, because the color which has never been associated with this nation is beginning to show through. The color of a canary. Today we've been attacked by Castro, Khrushchev, and intimidated by two leaders of the Mexican government. Khrushchev said Soviet rockets would face America if we intervened in Cuba. Two Mexican leaders said that Mexico would sell oil to Castro and would back Cuba against the United States. And the bearded one himself announced that he is going to put on a worldwide propaganda campaign to put automatic rifles in the hands of thousands of Cubans to combat United States aggression. From some officials here in the nation's capital, the harshest words were that Khrushchev has virtually declared Cuba to be a Soviet satellite. But of course, the usual "don't quote me" was issued immediately after the statements. From the vacation White House in Providence, Rhode Island, the only statement that was issued was from a boat in the water where Ike said, "You should have seen the one that got away." More news in a moment.
Reach for your partner. Swing to the right. When the music stops, give her a light. L&M has found the secret that unlocks the flavor. Unlocks the flavor. Unlocks the flavor. L&M has found the secret that unlocks the flavor in a filter cigarette.
In today's L&M, fine tobaccos can be blended.
Blended, blended, blended.
Not to suit a filter, but to suit your taste. So through the miracle tip, pure white inside, pure white outside, you get taste. More taste. More taste by far.
L&M has found the secret that unlocks the flavor in a filter cigarette.
Reach for flavor. Reach for L&M.
The Clown Prince of Latin American politics held a very unusual television speech last night in Nevada. Castro didn't scream once. Robert Perez reports from Havana.
Soviet Premier Khrushchev's announcement that Russia will come to the military aid of Cuba in the event of a United States attack has been greeted here as another victory for Prime Minister Fidel Castro and his revolutionary regime. The announcement reached Havana moments after the Premier bombarded the United States with insults in a speech clearly designed for consumption by Latin Americans outside of Cuba. Also this morning, crowds gathered outside the Mexican embassy in overwhelming approval of statements made by Mexico's Chamber of Deputies that that country would support Cuba in its conflict with the United States. This is Robert Perez in Havana, and now back to James McCarthy in Washington.
From Los Angeles, the Democrats are starting to get down to definite business today, but there's also a light side. William Evenson reports from Democratic National Headquarters in Los Angeles.
This is the town of convention excitement. The banners and the streamers announcing the fact that the favorite son of some group is here. Delegates and the general public know that the top runners for the nation's highest office fall into one category. In any hotel, they have either been here, are here, or will soon arrive. And here in L.A., one of the biggest boo-boos, 2,800 banners proudly announced in big bold letters, "Welcome Democrats, C-R-A-T-E-S." It's believed the sign company is run by a Republican. Other top political news, 55,000 hot dogs to be eaten, 120,000 soft drinks will be sold.
WOR, AM and FM, New York, owned and operated by RKO General. Now back to Gene Shepard.
Rhythm, rhythm, rhythm. Catch this swinging guitar.
Yes, friends. It's the nervous 60s.
A beer must be
Oh boy, can I have about 10 seconds of that, Jim? Is this an anthem of our time? The nervous jumping 60s, the age of Oh boy. Don't you feel it, that tension in the air? It's all around us. It's the 1960s. The soaring, soaring 60s, rising higher and higher and higher and higher, higher. Into the sun. Into the veritable orb itself. Into the sun. Did I ever... Hey, listen. You know, I met a girl the other night. I'm telling you, there is madness. There is not only madness afoot, there are great, heavy, Neolithic demons still lurking in the dark foliage of the mind of man. I'm sitting in a party the other night, and I find myself talking to a chick who believes, really does. She looks right into my face, right directly into my baby blue eyes, and tells me with a straight face that she is a sun worshiper and believes that the sun is God, and that every day this God rises in the east and arches across the whole world, the firmament that we know, and a fiery chariot, rising and around and around. I says, well, yeah, that's. She says, that's why I have such a suntan. So yes, and she says, every day I go out on my roof and I have a little mass. I lie out there and the sun beams right down on me. And I said, well, are you kidding? And she says, no, I am not. She really, literally, actually is. She really does think and feel that the God is sun and the sun is the God. So I said, well, yes. And I listened to this and I said, well, Yes, I don't, people's religion, and I don't say much. I listen, and then she proceeds to tell me that she suspects that Hitler and Roosevelt are still alive together, and they're living in Russia. In Stalin's Russia, she said. Well, I said, well, Stalin is dead, too. She said, oh, no. Oh, no. Well, she says, do you have any, did you see Hitler dead? Did you see Roosevelt? Did you see Stalin? No. Well, then how do you know? Are you the kind that believes in everything you hear? I said, well, no, not exactly. And I'm sitting there with a bottle of beer in one hand, trying to hang on to this Danish chaise lounge with the other, because the ground was sort of rocking under me, see, back and forth. And she's seriously talking, and she's the angry kind of girl, with the black-rimmed glasses, and kind of upswept, and she has this fiery glint in the eye, a fiery glint. And I said, well, this is true. You really have a point there. I'm not quite sure. She says, well, let me tell you. And she goes on, she proceeds to tell me that all the things that matter, here's a typical phrase. You don't think for a minute that the scientists aren't covering up. I said, well, we'll cover, she says, covering up. You know what they're covering up. Don't think for a minute that they haven't created life already in the laboratories. That they have created other men in the laboratories, and as a matter of fact, I happen to know a man who works in a laboratory, and he tells me that there are 7 people living in New York City who were created entirely in a laboratory. Don't tell me they're not covering up. Boy, you certainly are a simpleton, swallowing all that stuff. And by George, I felt like a simpleton. She says, well, now look, for example. And then it sort of trailed off in little dots, and I was powerless to compete with this. I recognized, of course, that I really was and am a simpleton. Of course, as you know, that is one of the great fallacies of the deep non-scientific thinker, that the scientists or the Air Force or somebody is covering up. And you can always get a rise in people. I'm going to get a rise in you. Listen. Hey, listen, listener out there, listen. Come over here for a minute, listen. Who's covering up? I mean, who's covering up? You don't think for a minute you're getting the full story, do you? When you read it, the Times, of course not. You know who's covering up. I know. We both know who's covering up. And who do you think is going to get it in the end? Yes, that's right. You and me, the little guys. Right. Right in the end. Look at my hand. It's all swollen and bumpy. It's got great big footmarks all over it. Would you please give me, I'd like to, just one person. Give me, by the way, this is the quickest way to get people on your side. You're covering up. They're covering up. And I'll tell you, there's so many things that are covered up. It's so hot, we can't even say it on the radio. So hot. Can't say it on the radio. Can't even print it. It's so hot. Ooh. Ooh. Wow, it's hot. Ooh. Terrible hot stuff. I mean, it's the big cover-up. Who do you think runs all of it? You don't think I could say, do you? The interesting thing about it is that I can just see that a lot of people out there, can you see some guy just tuning in his radio, suddenly hears this, who do you think is covering up? And suddenly there's a little spine rises inside. He says, yeah, I know. Yes, so here's a guy's going to say it at last. Okay. You see, everybody. Please, I want to talk to one guy. One honest, simple soul out there who really believes they're covering up. Come on. I want to talk to you. I want to hear. I want to hear. They're covering up. And then, of course, I will feel vindicated because I have suspected that they're covering up. Who's covering up? Well, you know very well who's covering up. Can't say it on the air, of course. Can't even print it, of course. Not in this day and age. Boy, this isn't the age of man anymore, when you can say what you felt. covering up. Why, they'd kill me in a second. Why, they'd have me off the air in 30 seconds. So, off the air. Plain sealed wrapper. The information will be sent to you. It's beautiful. Isn't it interesting? Here comes a guy who believes that they're covering up. I'm looking at, I'm standing there in front of a magazine counter yesterday, day before, something like that. Isn't it a fantastic, hasn't the weather been fantastic? I'm literally an ice cream cone melting in the sun. And there are a few things more festive and at the same time sadder than that. I am a rainbow ice cream cone yet. Yes, that's right. 28 flavors. That's me. Have you ever had the feeling that one day, of course, it is impossible. I remember those big signs. Did I ever tell you about the friend of mine who traveled from coast to coast, Jim? Coast to coast. Stopped at every Howard Johnson from Maine all the way down to Mexico City. Everywhere. And by the way, now it's the Mexicans. Everywhere you turn, there's a gigantic sign that says, Yankee, go home. And now it's but this friend of mine traveled from coast to coast. He stopped off at every Howard Johnson, and he began to perceive that there wasn't a single Howard Johnson anywhere that had all 28 flavors. It was another one of those utopian dreams. It was a dream of utopia, of paradise. And every place he would go, they would say, oh, coconut rum? Oh, we were out of that. We don't have that. Only the ones that have the stars next to them do we have. He said, but does somebody have peppermint grape? You have peppermint grape up there. Well, we have it occasionally. Gosh. And he traveled across the country trying to buy a big scoop of peppermint grape or coconut rum or almond tutti frutti. And everywhere he went, he found that the 28 flavor concept was a utopian dream. Get it out of your skull. It is not going to happen. And so I said, what happened to that? Did somebody feel that there were no cover-uppers? No, that's right. Covering up. Don't you think that I don't know that you're covering up? Utopian dream. I sit here, a rainbow cone melting in the beautiful summer sun of 1960 America. Oh, I'm alive. A cake of yeast. I remember my mother one time. I'm this kid, see. I don't know whether this expression was ever used in the eastern seaboard region. I don't know. I have no idea. And I'm in the kitchen, and I'm knocking down a salami sandwich. At that time, I was hooked on salami sandwiches with strawberry preserves. Have you ever mixed kosher salami with strawberry preserve? Oh, it's really, now don't laugh. No, it's the yin and yang principle again. Now don't look at me like that. It is the yin and yang. The slight, another thing that you'll find is very good is to take a big dill pickle. It's the same principle. Take a big dill pickle. You know the kind that floats in barrels? Get one of these big delicatessen dill pickles, the real dill pickle. And then get a hold of, down at the dime store, get a hold of a stick of peppermint candy. You know, the striped kind? Cut a hole in the end of the pickle, just like you're cutting the end off a cigar, and slowly bore down into the center of the pickle. Bore the peppermint stick. Has anybody else ever tasted this? This is a strange Midwestern phenomenon. I'm going to tell you exactly what you do. You take a pickle, cut the end off of it, and then bore down into it a peppermint stick. You know, the kind that has little holes in it. You know, the peppermint stick that's kind of hollow. You know, the little holes. There's a kind of little hollow things running through it. You know how peppermint is. You can suck it like that. So you stick this thing all the way down into it like a straw, and then you draw the pickle juice up through the peppermint stick. Yes, really. I'm telling you, this is. I did not invent this. This is an old ancient tradition. Am I the only one who has ever tasted this? I'll tell you another thing you do. You take a watermelon, see, and you cut a square out of a watermelon. This is a real Indiana trick. You take one of a big green watermelon, not the striped, but the big green kind, the long green one, the gourd watermelon, the big fella, and you make sure that it's ripe, see, and you cut a plug out of it, and you remove the plug, just pull it right out, you see. And then you turn the watermelon over, upside down, and you pour out just the little water that gathers, the juice, that you pour it out. And then you turn the watermelon back over again, see. And then you take a bottle of, well, what they generally used out there was, gin. You take a bottle of this, you pour it right into the watermelon. Just pour it right down into it, you see, and it'll go in. Actually, you just pour the whole thing in. Sometimes they use a big, almost a fifth. You just pour it right in, and then put the plug back in. See, just stick the plug back in and set it out in the sun, and leave it out there for one solid day with the old sun beating down. See, then you take the watermelon. Now it's even gotten riper. Ooh, in many ways. Then you take this watermelon, and then you put it in a great big tub of ice. And you just plunk it down, all crushed ice, all around it. And you just stick it down in the crushed ice, and you let it sit in there for about another half a day until it's ice cold, just absolutely ice cold. And then you make, if you have, say, 9 people there, you get a little a knife, and you cut 9 plug holes in this thing and put straws in each one, and you're in business. Oh, boy. Speaking of business, this is WOR AM and FM, New York, the biggest watermelon dealer on the East Coast. We'll be here until 1 o'clock. And speaking of business...
Sunoco, 200X gives you premium ingredients at regular price. 200X gives you premium ingredients at regular price. 200X gives you premium ingredients at regular price. Sunoco.
New Sunoco Blend 200X, a new gasoline, gives you the ingredients of a high-priced premium, yet you pay only regular price. Many cars get extra power.
Up to 13% more power after just 2 tankfuls.
200X gives you premium ingredients at regular price.
New Sunoco 200X gives extra mileage.
Up to 19 more miles per tankful.
200X gives you premium ingredients at regular price.
New Sunoco 200X gives you extra engine protection.
Can mean longer life for your car.
Yes, new Sunoco Blend 200X gives you extra power, extra mileage, extra engine protection.
200X gives you premium ingredients at regular price. Sunoco.
200X, exceptional.
You're tuned to 710 on your radio dial. Next best thing to being a delegate, hear the Democratic National Convention starting Monday, the 11th of July on WOR Radio, your number 1 station for convention coverage. That's WOR AM and FM in New York. Now back once again to Gene Shepard.
I'm your delegate to the vast convention of humanity, and I'll cast my 1/2 vote any way you decide that I'm to cast it. And so here we sit. Oh, speaking of convention coverage, it's a hard thing to describe. I don't know whether or not, has anyone ever tasted that pickle thing, or is this another creation of my poor... I think as you grow older, now this is just what I think, and when I say older, I mean when you get to be 9. When you're 9 years old, you have a fantasy thing in the background which you consider your memory. And this is what you say it was like when you were 6 or 3 or 2. When I use the term old, I merely say, when you slowly traverse along that vast horizontal line, that curved, plain horizontal line of time, that great time-space curve, that jot, and as you move along it, more and more that hazy, shifting foliage in the background that you are leaving, that jungle that you have traversed, becomes more and more of a fairyland and less real. Now, has anyone ever tasted that pickle thing, or did I create this totally out of my own imagination? Totally. Completely, thoroughly, totally. Just like, I remember, again, I'm sitting in my swivel chair the other day, and the phone rings and people talk, and I hear the sound of a mimeograph machine, and I'm writing a piece for a magazine or something, and I'm all involved. And suddenly, like a bell, in my ear, I heard the faint echoes of something which I think I'm the only one. Was there ever any radio program that you ever heard of called the Tales of the Alhambra? Did you ever hear of anything like this? Tales of the Alhambra? It was a very mysterious, enigmatic East program, that kind of thing, with big gong, and the announcer would come from the mysterious East. Many, many centuries ago, it was writ in the fingers of time as they moved across the great sands of eternity, the tales of the Alhambra, this sort of thing. And I just suddenly occurred to me, and it disappeared then, and the sound of the mimeograph machines took over again. And so, says, no, Shepherd, stop it. No, there was never any such thing. Get out of there. No pickles with, cut it out. And I walked away, and it was much better. 10 minutes later, I went back to the water cooler and talked to a salesman, and I was back in reality. Speaking of the salesman, the other day I got a copy of Life magazine. This is not a commercial for Life, by the way. I got a copy of Life magazine, and there is an article on sharks. I'm fascinated by sharks. I used to see sharks in a lot of different, and I was fascinated by them. Strange, beautiful, primeval, ancient, mysterious creatures. We don't really know a great deal about sharks, and there was an article on sharks, and so I had to buy this. I saw it says on the cover sharks. So I bought the article just for that. I just wanted to see this shark thing. So I opened it up to the shark, and what do you think, Jim? Right in the middle of this essay on sharks, there is a double-page spread, a double-page in-color spread picture of a WOR Monday afternoon sales meeting. In color.
From July 23, 1960, the emblem of the eagle should be replaced by a cocker spaniel. A modest proposal for ex-presidents, and others. The starlings have arrived in Queens, memories of the Lone Ranger.
It's impossible to believe, really, in a way. I'm sitting here looking out over the river. We are 24 stories above Manhattan, in the very shadow of Times Square. Mysterious, sinister, wild, fantastic Times Square. Where on the one hand you can buy an inedible taffy apple. You can look at a movie that cost $7 billion to make. You can look at a gigantic sign that guarantees that you can get a suntan without moving out of the range of your television set. You can sit right there on your duff, drink your beer, and be tanned in 3 hours. And you can buy a hat that looks like the top of Donald Duck's head with 2 great big orange ears and a big flapping orange bill out in front. And you can have your own name inscribed in mother of pearl thread right over the bill. Frank L. Watanabe. Fantastic. And I'm looking out over the river, that old Devil River. And I can see hanging there like a low, sullen cloud, I can see the lost continent of New Jersey. Makes the old blood boil with the desire to run, get out there and just to go to the far western reaches. It's impossible to believe that New Jersey exists, the mythical continent. Have you ever sat and looked out over the river at those poor lost souls wandering around out there in limbo? I mean, that's limbo. You know that there is a county in New Jersey named Limbo? Just wandering out there, and look at it, hanging like a low-flying cloud. As was pointed out by James Missioner, that mysterious lost land hangs like a low-flying cloud on the horizon. You shake your head, believing that first it's a mirage. You shake your head again, but no, it does not go away. It stays hanging, scudding over the water, New Jersey. It's impossible to believe that it's there. I mean, look at it over there. A steamboat goes past between us and Jersey, a steamer bound for far distant ports. And believe it or not more than 10 minutes ago, I'm sitting here waiting to go on, and I look out across there, looking at that low-flying cloud, that impossible mirage, that incredible creation of man's mind that couldn't possibly exist in reality, New Jersey. And between me and New Jersey, believe it or not, a Chinese junk. sailed upstream on the Hudson. Went right past us here. Flying all flags, that high stern reaching up to the sky, a beautiful thing. And sailing downstream with this great big old steamer moving on. And between us and New Jersey, there was a moment of reality and a moment of beauty and a moment of poetry. By George. You'd hardly believe it. Look at it hanging over there. It's incredible. 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 Look at the tiny spires. I remember one time, did I ever tell you about the time that I rode into a valley in Austria? I'll tell you about this. I had just passed through the Alps and was on my way to a town in Austria. And I came down from a long mountain, a long foothill, one of the foothills that crawl up the sides of the Alps until finally they break into that almost unbelievable thing that is the Alps. And I came around a long bend of the road, and lying below me was a deep, dark Austrian valley. And it was about maybe 4:30 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And it was very, very early in spring. It was actually late winter. And so twilight and dusk came very early. It was maybe 4:30, 4:45, just about the time when it gets dark. And I came up over the top of this hill and made a right-hand bend and a great forested road that I was driving on. And below me lay this valley that reached on and on. It must have stretched for, it's hard to judge, maybe 15, 20 miles. It kind of faded off in the distance. And down on the valley floor I could see a river. A very tiny, thin thread of a silver river. One of the ancient four-letter rivers, by the way. Almost all the rivers have four-letter names for some reason or other. I can name dozens. Lotz, the Avon, one of the most interesting of all the rivers that I've seen along in that area was the Isar, the Isar, that goes on up through Bavaria and reaches into the mountains. And these are flat, low, beautiful rivers. And way down below I could see that silver ribbon. But the thing that made it what it was, at that instant, at the very instant, was that all around on the hills the sun had set. And the sun had already set down below in the valley. It was dark. It was dark down there. It was already nighttime. And where I was, it was still daylight, just that beautiful golden purplish haze of daylight. And on the edges of the hills all around me, it was still daylight. And on the far side of the hills, which I could see on one slope, it was still broad daylight. The sun was beaming in, and it was a golden day. And you could see the green trees crawling up the side with the shepherds and the sheep and all moving on down into the valley because it was night, and they knew it. But down below, it was dark. And I could see a few little lights. But I could see that silver stream of the river because it was catching the reflection from the sky and reflecting it back up to me. And it was a sight that it was the kind of thing that you say, it's a mirage. It's an illustration. It's an illustration of a fairy tale. And you can understand why fairy tales were written the way they were written by the people who lived in that. As you know, most of the fairy tales came from Bavaria. Hansel and Gretel, the great Black Forest tradition, and the tradition of Heidi and the Alps. Because it's an unbelievable world most of the time. And the people there wander through it as though they themselves, having lived there all their lives, don't believe it either. Just like the New Jerseyites, wandering through that great low-lying fog that stretches on either side of the ribbon of reality, the turnpike, as the solitary travelers look forward from one Howard Johnson to the next. Out there in the darkness, you solitary travelers, out there beyond the swamps lie the natives, wandering in their strange native dress, the New Jerseyite mooing occasionally. I remember once in a while, years ago when I used to do the show from Carteret, New Jersey, late when I was working late at night. And I would get off the main highway, off of the turnpike. You'd be surprised what lies there. And I would see the occasional shy, roguish eyes of the natives peering at me from the gorse bushes. that line those long pebble-strewn reaches of road that exist out there beyond the swamp. And I would drive along, and I would try to, I remember time and again when I would stop the car, and I would lure them close enough to photograph them. And some of them even got, at one point, 2 or 3 of them got so they would eat from my hand. It's a wonderful moment. I would sit, and if you sit quietly, don't make any fast moves, no fast movements. Don't make any loud, sudden noises. If you sit on a log or you sit on a fire hydrant, say in Hackensack, you sit on a fire hydrant long enough and quietly enough, don't move. You will find that they will begin to come. You'll see them at twilight, especially, which is the feeding time. And you see them come down into the light, and just be very careful. And you'll find that well, as I said, it's the low-lying cloud hanging there. It's impossible to believe, but it's there. It's impossible to believe. It's like one of the great problems that faces mankind today. And we have billions of them. Problems. As a race, I have a feeling that in the end, since problems and troubles are becoming the great burden of the American. You know why the rest of the world seems happier than America? It's got somebody now it can blame everything on. You see, and we are history's patsy right now, no matter what happens. If it rains 3 days too long in Abyssinia, the Americans, they are playing with the atom bomb out there. That's what's doing that. And everybody feels happy because you can blame somebody. If a river overflows in a South American province somewhere, here the Americans, they are playing with the atom bomb there, somebody, the Americans. You notice I make all of them vaguely Mittel Europa accent. That's just foreign accent. That doesn't mean Argentinian, just foreign accent. And the point being, you see, the rest of the world walks with a spring in its step now. It has discovered a doll into which you can stick pins. And we are being naturally loving type people who want to be loved more than I feel, along with Clifford Odets, I feel strongly that we should get rid of the eagle as the national emblem, and we should get ourselves a nice, friendly Cocker Spaniel as the national emblem with great big eyes, big round eyes, looking up out of the flag, and all he's saying, and instead of saying, the scream of the eagle is a fierce scream in the valleys. We're not eagles. You're not an eagle, of course not. Jack Parr, he's not an eagle. Of course not. What we need is a nice, big, fluffy Saturday Evening Post cover type black and white Cocker Spaniel, with big brown liquid eyes looking up from our flag, and underneath it the motto, which should be our new national motto: please love me. Just love me. and you see, a person like that is a natural patsy. He is going to get a swift kick in the slats every 5 minutes when he turns around, or even when he doesn't turn around. They'll turn him around. Say, turn around, plunk. Every time things go bad, you kick that. In every office, there's one guy who says, please love me. Every office, believe me. And he is the one who has the biggest welts. He is the one who gets the size 10.5 right in the right place all the time with the hobnails. He is the one who constantly gets it. And since we are the love me people of the world, just turn around. Just turn around there. The rivers are overflowing again. The plague of locusts has hit Estonia again. Turn around. And we are the... but of course we must be honest that always throughout history there has been a patsy. And incidentally, patsies are usually ex-bosses, interestingly enough, in the historical sense. England became a patsy, for a long while, and suddenly they were taken off the hook. Everybody was mad at the English. Everybody was mad at Germany for a while, and now it's us, the patsies of the world. Can't you see, that would be an interesting flag. Pegeen would like that flag. Either that or a soft, cuddly kitten on our flag. That would make a nice flag for America, A little soft, cuddly Siamese kitten with big liquid eyes looking up. Please love me. Just a little dish of cream and I'll be happy. Speaking of big, fat, round glowing, warm, liquid brown eyes, and spaniels that just sit quietly hoping to be loved. This is WOR, AM and FM, New York, right here in the middle of the Big Apple. All right, you got any business there, Don? Come on, let's just... Oh, I care not. I stand athwart the bulwarks. I stand atop the barricades, and I shot an arrow into the air, and I care not where it landed. You know, one of those arrows, and into my bow I shall put this sling. Here it comes, by George.
Filter Blend makes the difference in taste. Yes, in cigarette taste, the big difference is Filter Blend, and only Winston has it. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should. The reason Winston tastes so good is Filter Blend up front. Rich, golden tobaccos, specially selected and specially processed for true, satisfying flavor in filter smoking. So remember, it's what's up front that counts. Try Winston for flavor. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
Just please... hello. Just please love me. That's all. That's all I need is just a little love. Will someone please call and just say, we love you. Just, we love you. You know, and speaking of the problem of love, I wish I had some, hey, Jan, I'll tell you what you do. Go in the next room quickly, into the library, and get you notice where all the classical music is lined up there? All right, I'll tell you what you do. Go in there. Do you know how to look in that file cabinet there? I'll tell you what you do. You go in there and get the... I'll tell you what. Go in and get Wagner's The Ride of the Valkyries. Either that or get the William Tell Overture. I have a very special reason for it. Ominous, deep reasons for it. Speaking of ominous, deep reasons, has it ever occurred to you, Don, that one of the major problems that man has to face today is what let's say what we shall call built-in obsolescence. You just like you're probably aware that your car has an obsolescent factor built into it. In other words, the men who build the car do so with an actual factor that is built in. In other words, they say, well, now this year we're going to build this car with this thing in that is guaranteed that we are making it is obsolete. We are going to make sure that it's obsolete next year so that this guy will become dissatisfied with his car and that he will then go out and buy another one the year after. Now, that is actually built in. When I say built-in obsolescence, I don't mean, most people have an idea that progress sort of happens haphazardly. I mean, change happens. That the guy turns out a car and he builds the best thing he can build, He builds just the best thing he can build, and then the next year he gets another one. He says, oh, gee, wouldn't it be great if we made the grill round this year? And if we made the light square? And if we made the window in the back smaller? And if we made a stripe over the side there? Now, I think that would improve that car. This is the way most people think it's done. But it really isn't, Not anymore. The way it's done is this. Now, let's see. I'll tell you, last year we had that diamond-shaped grill there in the back. Now, would you please get out the obsolescent blueprints for that one? And they find out that for 3 years in advance, they have already plotted the changes, which will come every year, you see. Instead of going from point A to point Z the first year, in other words, if they think of this great new shape, let's say in 1959, and building it they save that to 1965, and they gradually change the shape in different ways until you finally hit 65. The point being that they want you to be constantly a little bit dissatisfied. How come they didn't think of that the year I bought my car? Well, they did, you see. They thought of it 3 years before. And that's built-in obsolescence. And this is beginning to happen to man himself, you see. There is a built-in obsolescence factor. And you know what that built-in obsolescence factor is? What it's called? What I shall call it for you? That is called memory. You see, memory is at one hand is the great beneficial thing of man. In other words, what do you have in your life? I mean, you've lived, let's say, 128 years, and you don't have much to go. And all you've got is what you've lived, the past, you see, to draw on. And it's like a book, you know, that if you constantly forget the book as you read it, the book is senseless. In other words, if you start to read at page 1 and you're now at page 274, but you have forgotten every page as you've read it, the story means nothing. It is meaningless, totally. And so memory is necessary to give meaning to your life, if there's any meaning at all. But on the other hand, memory keeps bugging you. It is again, you see, it's the factor that keeps, like you sit there and you hear some guy, he gets up and gives a speech. He says, "Our party is determined this year of all years in this year of decision. Our party is determined to give rights, free rights to all men, regardless of race, creed, and color. And that once more man will be on the pathway, the roadway, to stepping into that beautiful clean pasture, that safe harbor that all of us have been striving for in the great American tradition since the very first settler landed at Plymouth Rock." Well, you know, here's where memory bugs you. Now, if you're hearing this for the first time, it sounds fantastic. But after the 34th time, you begin to sort of itch. You know? "Ah, that great leader who shall safely steer us into the safe harbor." You begin to itch, you know. You can see yourself sailing into a safe harbor with the leader at the helm pointing, "I am here." And of course, this is what I say. Memory, at one hand, is a great thing, and at the other hand, it bugs you. And so it makes you obsolete. You leap up and you say, "Oh, come on now." And all the people who are hearing it for the first time says, "Uh-oh, take him out. Getting old. Take him away." You know, that's true. As your memory gets more and more complete, in other words, as you get more and more into the story, you know more and more about the story. And as you know more and more about the story, you are more inclined to snicker at each episode as it comes up. Once you begin to learn the style of the author, you see. The author in this case being man. And he has his own style. And he's predictable, just like every other author is. Because authors are mad anyway, you see. And so you're bugged at one and the same time. And one of the problems, of course, is this built-in obsolescence. What do we do with all the obsolete people? Now, you are looking at a man, me, right now, who remembers nothing. Strangely enough, do you know that I can't remember anything that happened between... I don't remember 1953 has disappeared from my memory. If you were to say to me, "Shepherd, what about 19... I can't remember anything. I can't remember one thing about 50. I can't even remember New Year's 1953. I don't even remember writing 1953. Were you here? Do you remember 1953 clearly? Do you remember anything about it? Do you, for example, remember 1947? No. I have no memory. I remember nothing. Which makes me a perfect 20th century man. I realize that I could very well be a man of the hour. And the minute I begin to remember things, I'm in trouble. I mean, I can tell I'm in bad trouble. Like many times, I sit in sales meetings or various other gatherings of the optimistic plan of international believers. And I sit in these meetings. I go to all kinds of meetings, luncheon meetings. And it's getting to be like a great organ sound all the time in my ears. Everyone is going to plan a big thing for next season. Everyone has a big deal going on. And I've heard the same thing, and I never see the big deals happen. You know? I've sat here, I've gone to all the cocktail parties that introduce all the new models, that introduce all the new big plans, Operation Dynamic, which we're going to begin the 1st of September. And Operation Dynamic. And then I raise my hand and say, well, what happened to Operation Happy Happy? I mean, Operation Happy Happy. Well, that was the last crowd that were here. And each operation, you see, kind of fades off into the darkness. Now, I know that a large number of people are saying, probably listening, saying, what is this guy talking about? Because I notice one thing that's interesting. Most people lead lives of a straight line nature. They walk along a long, narrow, straight line, and they hardly ever look to the right or to the left, really, to see whether or not. Have you ever had the impression that you are in a cartoon? I mean, an animated cartoon, the kind you see in the movies. Have you ever looked at the background in an animated cartoon? I mean, you see the dog chasing the cat, or you see the duck chasing the beaver, or you see the mice chasing the bear, or whatever it is. There's always a chase sequence in all these things. Have you ever looked at the background? I mean, just the background. Well, you'll find that it's the same background going past all the time. If you look carefully, the same tree they keep passing. They keep passing the same rock. They keep passing the same ponds. Well, look carefully at the next one you see. Have you ever had the feeling that you sometimes are involved in that same thing, that you might be a character in an animated cartoon, and you were running like mad, and you were passing the same rock, the same tree, and you're involved in the same chase sequence? That either you are the mouse chasing the rabbit, or you are the rabbit chasing the bear, and then it always turns around, in any one of these things. That the bear suddenly gets the upper hand, and he chases the rabbit for a while. And then the rabbit chases, and if you'll notice, every one of them ends inconclusively. That you see the two of them running like mad over the hills and dales until finally they disappear in the distance, but nobody catches anybody, really, in the end, which is as close to real life as you can get. These are true realism, these cartoons. Much closer than say, something that Montgomery Clift and Elizabeth Taylor are involved. You get this feeling of Elizabeth Taylor, Montgomery. They come together in the end. The music rises, and you have a feeling that you have arrived at an end. Oh, no. Life doesn't end like that. After a 2-hour session, it does not end with big music rising, and you walk arm in arm with this chick, into the sun. No. What happens when the sun comes up the next day, and the next day, and the day after that? It sort of drizzles off, you see, and the next thing you know, you're passing the same Nedics time and time again, waiting for the music to go again. Which is, you see, I feel that this is why the cartoons have a classical quality. Much more so even than the classical Western. A classical quality because they never are resolved. The rabbit never really catches the mice, and the mice never really catch the cat. They give him a hard time all the way. He's got black eyes, and old Boffo the dog is lying there in his dog house, his great big teeth, and he gets hit in the face and hit in the eye, and he gets flattened up against the concrete, but he's right there running at the end. And so are the mice, and so are the rabbits, and the dogs, and everybody, and you see them disappearing over the hill, which is exactly the way life is. And the horizon goes constantly past them. Now, it is a matter of style, of course. Style changes. There's the UPA style. There's the Moonbird style. There's even the Walt Disney style. All these are different styles. And they seem to be living, but they're all living the same life, still chasing over that same horizon. Now you can parallel the changes of style with the changes of time in man's existence, his history. Sure, we don't dress like an 18th century man now. I mean, the houses look different from 18th, but the same life, you see. The same scurrying, the same chasing over the horizon and disappearing in the distance, completely unresolved. And so Beowulf stands up there with his great big old shaggy skin hanging all around, and he swats down the giants and the monsters. He's involved in the same thing, just different styles, see. Well, one of the problems, of course, is this built-in obsolescence. I would like to make a modest proposal, a la Charles Lamb. Have you noticed that the littoral is becoming littered with obsolete people? I mean soreheads and curmudgeons. Guys who keep leaping up and saying, now come on, will you cut it out? It's getting worse and you know it. I mean, nothing's happening good. I mean, you're just saying that. I mean, these are getting to be very bad people to have around. So I would like to make a suggestion, a modest proposal, and I want to go on record as having said I will stand by this completely. If you hear this on any comedian's LP from here in, he got it here. If you hear it on the Ed Sullivan Show, spoken by a friendly comedian who sits on a stool and talks on the telephone, he heard it here first. I am making a modest proposal. And I think you'll see immediately the efficacy of this proposal. I propose that all the obsolete people, particularly, one of the great problems we have today is used presidents. I mean, what do you do with a used president? I mean, a man who has risen to the rank of president is at the very peak. I mean, he's at the peak. Where do you go from the peak? You can't go higher than that. And it's sad to see a man actually past his peak. I mean, an ex-president has passed his peak. He has to be. I mean, it's like an ex-saint or something. He's an ex-president. You can't go any higher. You can't be an ex-god. And here is an ex-president. What do you do with an ex-president? Now, each one of us, you see, we can stand each other because we always have the vague suspicion in our minds that our best day is coming. The guy said you don't know that his best day is gone. You see, we can hide it, but not an ex-president. When you are an ex-president, you are an ex-president. But an ex-president, it's like an ex-chairman of the board. When the chairman of the board is finally voted out and put out to pasture, sent off to the chicken farm that he always wanted to have in Rhode Island, and he keeps coming back every third or fourth week wearing his golf pants and making snide remarks. When he sees the sale charts and he walks up and down by the water cooler wearing his green eye shield, when he's just come back from his trip to Europe 3 days early because he wanted to attend the stockholders meeting and he makes those silly remarks, I mean, what do you do with an ex-chairman of the board? You can't go any higher, see, so I have a modest proposal for the obsolete people of our world. A modest proposal that I want you to consider for the ex-presidents, for the ex-chairman of the boards, and I'll tell you another crowd. What do you do with an ex-big leaguer? I mean a really ex-big leaguer. I mean, where could Babe Ruth... You see, Babe Ruth, after Babe Ruth stopped hitting the home runs, he was a broken man, He's embarrassing to have around, Babe Ruth, after Babe Ruth stopped hitting the home runs, he was a broken man, He's embarrassing to have around, really. This is a fact, I mean, I remember one time I'm sitting in a gas station. In a gas station, mind you, in Ohio. A miserable, rotten little gas station. They had one of these little dirty glass cases full of old candy bars and vulcanizing kits. And it smelled like old oil, It was one of these, just a little old crummy gas station that still had hand-operated pumps, And it snorts the old gas into it. I am sitting there, believe it or not, I am sitting on a box talking away an afternoon with an ex-home run slugger of the National League. He did not own that gas station. That's the sad part of it. He was just working there. He was working in a 43rd rate gas station. I'm not going to tell you his name. It doesn't matter, you see, because that's the embarrassing part of it. Everybody wants to know who it was. Because, you see, you want to be in on the wake. And anyway, I began to have the feeling that the built-in, the obsolescent feature is a terrible thing in man. Now, with cars, the old dream. How would you like it if the car that you had all your dreams in, that you thought, your whole dreams were poured into this automobile, was to come back and haunt you? That car. And come and drive around and look and drive right up your driveway and look at you. And you're sitting there in your new 1961 swept wing model and that old 1947 Dynaflow type, the fantastic car that you poured your dreams in, would come and look you right in the eye with its poor old seal beam headlamp dimming. It's what happened to us. Looks at it. You remember? I remember when I was important to you. And look at you now. And this poor old thing. You see, the thing is that what makes the automobile a beautiful depository of dreams is that we can throw it away. And so we take these old cars, and out there in that fabled Never Never Land, that lost continent of New Jersey, that lost Atlantis, there is a great field of acres and acres. And you know what they do out there, Don? They burn all the old dreams of mankind. All the last year models are burned and crushed and banged out of so that they can't come back and haunt you. But we can't do that with people. Well, I mean, you know, Western civilization and all that, we can't do that. So I have a modest proposal. Here it is. Are you ready to listen to it? I'm going to warn you, first of all, that I am aiming this at idealists. If you're not an idealist, get out of here. I am aiming this at people who have a deep love of mankind and the dignity of man. And that our new leader will safely guide us into a harbor of... Oh, excuse me. I got off the subject there. I insist that women and children leave. Because we are dealing with a real problem here now. And all men know more about this than the women and children do, because women are never obsolete, nor are children. But men, oh boy, do they become obsolete, and do they know it. Every man I know is an ex-second baseman. Every man I know remembers when he could make a pivot play of one kind or another. Every man I know remembers when he could move with feline grace through the jungle, carrying that mitt loosely, ready to make that hard, sharp fielding play at short. And I'm, of course, using the terms allegorically. I know, son, you don't play baseball, but it's another game we're talking about. Okay. I have a modest proposal. I propose that all ex-presidents, immediately upon becoming an ex-president, let's say the afternoon after the inauguration of the new president, that at proper ceremonials, at a proper reverent time, that the ex-president be completely encased in bronze, the way we encase baby shoes. Completely encased in bronze to be immortalized and memorialized forever. How much higher can you go than to be a bronze statue? And then you see all the ex-presidents. That would dispose of a lot of problems. It disposes of the convention after problem. I mean, it's very embarrassing to have an ex-president show up at conventions. Believe me. Mr. Hoover is very embarrassing to a lot of people just because he's around. No. Yes, Truman, all of them, all ex-presidents. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how great. Do you realize can you imagine sitting around and talking to Lincoln, let's say 35 years after the Civil War, and he's lost his teeth, you know, and he's getting kind of senile. Well, I remember the old days. It's terrible. You don't want it this way. One of the reasons that Lincoln is always considered a great man in our thinking is that he left the scene at exactly the right time. Believe me. Dramatically. That's why in the minds of many people, Glenn Miller is still a great band leader. Because he left the scene before you could find out otherwise. And this is not an inhuman remark, it's a realistic remark. So I make a modest proposal that all ex-presidents be encased in bronze. Like baby shoes. And we have a hall built in Washington called the President's Memorial Hall. And all of the presidents would be placed on great marble statues. And you'd see them there. You see, they'd be really there. You could walk along. You see, there's Hoover, there's Truman. And they're really there. They're encased in bronze, immortalized forever. And they can never... And exactly at the moment when they were still at their very peak, you see. He was a president when this happened to him. We might even arrange it to have it done 15 minutes before the inauguration of the next president, so that we could properly say, this is a president. Do you realize that countless Americans would become a national shrine? A national... What do we do with old dictators? Poor old Perón wanders around, you know, he says, the old days, the old days. It's very embarrassing to see an ex-dictator, really. Terrible, embarrassing thing. And historical figures could submit themselves, you see. Immediately when they become, you know, when it's quite obvious that you know, this is no way to go now any longer. It's just all, you know, you've been at the top. They could automatically, be submitted to a board. There would have to be an international board. I mean, Winston Churchill, you know. I can think of countless men who... Pétain is a superb example. Poor old Pétain, who was a hero in World War I, a great French hero, lived to become quite the opposite. And if somewhere right along that line he had been encased in bronze, it never would have happened. And a hero would have remained on and on and on and on. Can't you imagine? Let's say General Motors. Let's say the International Watanabe Widget Corporation of North and South America. A gigantic corporation that for years has been the kingpin in the widget industry. An old C.M. Avery Widget, a tough man who pulled himself by his bootstraps out of the mire, the mediocre mud of civilization, who rose to create an entire empire, is now getting a little dotty. And so one day they decide that C. Avery is going to be put out to pasture. And they call him in, and they give him a solid platinum watch. They give him a solid platinum putter. They give him a solid platinum 38-foot Chris Craft. They give him a solid platinum scroll. And then they lead him into the next room and encase him in bronze. I mean, it's beautiful. And think of the problems it solves. And of course, we could have our lesser shrines. The innumerable uncles and aunts who long since have outlived their usefulness to mankind. The innumerable, you know what I'm talking about, of course. And we could all have our little lesser shrines. Now, this is Aunt Teresa here. And you could have half models made, busts, or maybe just a foot. I mean, if you live in a small efficiency apartment. And of course, the beauty of it is that all of us could look forward to immortality then, in one way or another. Quick, instant, and it lasts forever. Speaking of the lasting forever, I would like to point out that time and tide in the affairs of...
Now let's tune in a bassoon.
A beer must be icily light, with true lager flavor, precisely right, lively golden, crystally clear, the crisp refresher, Valentine dear.
The crisp kind of light with true lager flavor. That's the crisp refresher Valentine beer. Enjoy a tall foaming glassful, and you'll soon see why folks have made Valentine the largest selling beer in the East.
Hey, get your cold beer. Hey, get your Valentine. Hey, get your cold beer. Get your ice cold Valentine beer.
I just couldn't resist it. There's so many things I can't resist. I wish I were... Oh, look at that, the lost continent over there. The reason I was reminded of Austria is that as I sit here and look out the window, I can see the spire of a church reaching up into that gray cloud that is the imaginary land of the Munchkins.
WOR Radio, your station for news.
What do you hear in the best of circles? Schaefer all around, people all about. The pleasure doesn't fade after one or two. You get that first beer pleasure each beer through. That's why you hear in the best of circles, Schaefer all around.
The pleasure of Schaefer doesn't fade after a glass or two. Your last one's just as rewarding as your first. Schaefer gives you all the pleasure of the first beer, every beer through.
The pleasure doesn't fade after one or two. You get that first beer pleasure each beer through. That's why you're here in the best of circles. Schaefer all around.
This is WOR, AM and FM, New York, an RKO General Station. At the time tone, 1 p.m.
James McCarthy reporting. For up-to-the-minute reports, keep tuned to this station. Now, the news. Well, the dark horse presidential candidate of the Republican Party, Nelson Rockefeller, moves into Chicago today for a meeting with his backers. Richard Rendell is at Chicago's Midway Airport with Rocky's welcoming committee, so we'll switch to you, Richard, for that story.
Here at Midway Airport, Chicago, there is great activity and excitement. That's because Governor Rockefeller of New York is headed this way. Lots and lots of Rockefeller admirers are here. They are milling about, carrying banners which read, Draft Rocky, who else but Nels, and the like. Governor Rockefeller comes here to promote the platform proposals he and Vice President Nixon worked out in New York last night, and this crowd is all for him. This is Richard Rendell reporting from Midway Airport, Chicago. Now back to James McCarthy in Washington.
More news in a moment.
Reach for your partner. Swing to the right when the music stops. Give her a light.
L&M has found the secret that unlocks the flavor. Unlocks the flavor. Unlocks the flavor. L&M has found the secret that unlocks the flavor in a filter cigarette.
In today's L&M, fine tobaccos can be blended.
Blended, blended, blended.
Not to suit a filter, but to suit your taste. So through the miracle tip, pure white inside, pure white outside, you get taste. More taste. More taste by far.
L&M has found the secret that unlocks the flavor in a filter cigarette.
Reach for flavor. Reach for L&M.
Well, conflicting reports are sweeping Capitol Hill today about a possible East German move against Free Berlin sometime within the next 30 days. Although it has been officially denied by top government sources, the thought is still giving a lot of Americans some worry. The man who initiated the thinking on the Red German move is Pennsylvania Democrat Dan Flood. He claims private intelligence sources told him,
I was advised by these sources that around West Berlin, the Russians and East Germans, the East German Russian satellite, have been engaged for several weeks in a progressive and very definite build-up of troops and equipment, military equipment, encircling West Berlin. My information is that these troop concentrations and their military hardware support has been progressing and is continuing to the extent that there is encircling West Berlin now, in round numbers, 35 to 40,000 troops.
Congressman Flood of Pennsylvania. In other news, Congolese Premier Lumumba is en route to America today for a meeting with United Nations leader and an attempt to quell the growing feelings that he's headed toward the communist camp. Belgian troops, meanwhile, have pulled out of the Congo capital amid derisive cheers from Congolese onlookers. At the same time, UN soldiers who are replacing the Belgians started fanning out through the hinterlands where most of the mutinous Congolese soldiers are hiding. The latest word from the Congo came from a UN official there who said that in his mind, the Congo as a modern republic has fallen apart at the seams. That's the news. James McCarthy reporting.
Signs are everywhere. Let me tell you, they are everywhere. Man, you know, as he walks through the valley of the veil, as he walks through this great veil of tears, he begins to learn a little something about living, you know. He begins to observe the signs and the portents. He sees the moss growing on the sides of trees, and he can hold up his finger, and he can detect which way the wind is blowing. Oh, yeah, he can detect which way the wind is blowing, and it is blowing in many directions now. Everywhere. Everywhere, the great tidal wave of history is beginning to engulf us. Things are sneaking up in the darkness behind each and every one of us. Every one of us. No question about it. For example, I read a letter that comes from a very simple burgher. A simple citizen of Queens. Oh, the signs are everywhere. Oh, friends, I cannot tell you how deeply the signs are inscribed into that vast granite face of man. I read. A few days ago, the suspicion began to creep along my tendrils that a great event had occurred. And this is a writer from Queens. That a great event had occurred. One very fine morning, as I was cooking myself in the sun, I noticed several very muscular, tightly built birds digging their subsistence out of my back lawn. Their alertness amazed me, and their attitude was that of someone who had discovered a hidden secret and knew very well where the important clues were hidden and was not about to tip his hand. One would have expected one of these creatures to stand up on a rock and announce that he had solved the mystery of existence while standing at attention. Intrigued by this bird, and being of a curious nature myself, I proceeded to find out what species it was from my bird book. I decided, after looking over all the pictures and reading all the descriptions, that it could be only one kind, but the ones I had seen were nevertheless drabber than the book variety. I closed my book with doubt and uncertainty, and I left the matter rest there until today. Upon observing 3 more of these birds, there is no longer any doubt, no longer a shred of doubt. Just a few minutes ago, 3 birds paraded before my window. One a metallic green, as seen in the book. The other 2 were drab brown. I had seen these before. Yes, Mr. Shepherd, today we must celebrate, or perhaps we must go down on our knees. The starlings have come to Forest Hills, and they're bigamists, too. So don't, oh, the signs are everywhere. Starlings are not the only force, friends, that is hell-bent on destroying us supposedly superior human beings. I quote, oh, everywhere there are things that are planning, making preparations. And it's not just Americans, it's all of mankind. I now quote from an item that came from the Philadelphia Evening Bulletin, a paper that sits somberly like a large toadstool overlooking the Schuylkill River. Please, Don, if you will, another force hell-bent. Oh, as mankind embattled, mankind faced once again with the realization that he is not alone in the universe, that there are many forces, indescribable forces, that are bent upon his eventual destruction. Alert! Mankind, alert! Now let this soak in here enough so that you get ready. I will award the Brass Fig League bronze oak leaf palm if it can tell me whose theme song this was. No. Oh, there are forces on all sides of us. We are in battle. A runaway bulldozer went on a tear in South Philadelphia Monday night inexplicably, but met its master momentarily in Patrolman Paul Rawlings. Patrolman Rawlings leaped aboard the snorting, clanking machine and rode it down like a champion bronco buster. But by the time Rawlings found the right button, the bulldozer, in solo performance, in a rampaging, roaring scene, had chewed up 3 manhole covers, 200 yards of new curbing, and a couple of Philadelphia traffic poles in one great slash across the city of Philadelphia. Rawlings and his partner Frank Barone were headed south on 10th Street in their red car in pursuit of an automobile speedster, when suddenly, get this scene, quick, hurry up, set it back. Oh, we can't have no. That's it. Hold it now, hold it now. I'll give you the cue. Hold it now. Set it back now. Set it back. No. Set it back to that point. All right. Now get the scene. They are driving along 10th Street. They're pursuing their duty, when suddenly, out of the darkness, Out of the darkness loomed a monster, smoke belching from its exhaust, its diesel exhaust. It weighed 16 tons. It was lumbering along all by itself in reverse, apparently having been started somewhere by perhaps heat traction. Rawlings crawled up onto the bulldozer's cab. He pulled levers. He screamed for help. Help! Help! Radio! Headquarters for help! And the 16-ton monster plunged along, knocking down lampposts, chewing up curbs, manhole covers flying in the air, until finally, after 200 yards of this, the machine all by itself stopped. Listen to that. Do you realize the meaning of this? A monster came out of the darkness, chewed up 200 yards of curbing, knocked down 3 traffic control poles, stoplights to you, threw 7 manhole covers in the air, and then, that's what I wanted all along. Give me that. That's it. Mankind to the rescue. We'll stop it. By George, we'll stop him. Here it comes. Oh, there it is. Hey, hooray. Patrolman Baroni has come. Oh, just in the nick of time. Here he comes. Look at him leap. Right, great Scott, look at him. All right, come on, Rawlings, get on with it, will you? Oh, I mean, that is a thrilling. That's a wild piece of music, you know. Rossini threw everything he had in it, and give me that one big boom. I will award you. I'll tell you. Wait, in just a minute. Hold it. It's cue it up now. Hold it there. That's the place I want it. Now I will award you. Of course, they never. Yeah, they played this part on the show too. Can you find the part that goes? It's at the beginning of the second movement. See, you'll find that the first movement goes along. It's a quiet pastoral movement. It's describing the Swiss countryside, incidentally, in case you're interested. And it's the opening. Yeah, just look for it, Don. You'll find it in there. You mean you've only got one record? Only one record? Oh, that's got to be in there. Oh, I see. It's disappeared. Somebody took that part home. One of our friends here. Well, I'll tell you this. I will award the Brass Figurgi, honestly, with bronze oak leaf palm. You know, it's a funny thing. The opening of that show, which without even... I'll do the whole thing. I'll say, in the legends of the Old West... Oh, you remember that? In the legends of the Old West, a masked man and his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, ride again. The Lone Ranger rides again. Oh, you got the pastoral in there. Give me the gasser. All of a sudden, I keep getting this tone poem in here. I mean, the Lone Ranger would run out of gas for the first 5 minutes against the old sheriff with that one. All right, let's try it again now. Deep in the annals of the Old West, there is a legend. The legend of a masked man who came out of the East to right the wrongs, to right the lawless, and to set the trail that was to be followed by all the Western pioneers for centuries to come. He was a masked man. He rode a gigantic horse named Silver, and he rode with his Indian companion, his faithful Indian companion, Tonto. The masked man rides again. Hi-yo, Silver! Oh, that's what we want. Oh! Can't you just see me roaring up 6th Avenue with my mask? Oh! The masked man rides again! Oh, what a gasser! At this point, he used to say... night's adventure starred Brace Beamer in the role of the Lone Ranger. Remember, kids, try Silver Cup. The next time you hear, Hi-yo, Silver! Away! This music makes you want to jump right up and start a fist fight, doesn't it? And at this point, he would describe the adventure. He would say, Sheriff Frank Conroy was having difficulty with onrushing, oncoming veterans of the Civil War who had moved in their lawless way into the Old West, rampaging, making the West a cesspool of sin and vice. Frank Conroy was at his wit's end when the lovely... And then he describes the sheriff's daughter, when his lovely daughter Miriam was suddenly spirited away from the ranch house. And that night there was a knock at the door. Who's there? Who's there? Who's there? I'm the masked man. You remember the mask? And the sheriff used to always say, Masked man, we don't tolerate masked men in this country. George, pin his arms behind him. Masked man, we'll take that mask off of you. Here, Tonto, here, quick, boom, 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 boom. Hi-yo, Silver, away, away, hi-yo, Jack Kerouac, Mort Saul, Shelley Berman to the rescue! Yes, they will solve our problems! Forward! Forward! Oh, boy. Well, excuse me, madam. Hello. Couldn't help it. I mean, you get carried away by being carried away. Speaking of faithful Indian companions, this is WOR, AM and FM, New York. And we'll be here until, I tell you, though, I really will. I'll award the Bronze Palm for listener duty above and beyond. If you can tell me... Now, don't look like that, because this is an important question. Can you tell me what the Lone Ranger did before he went west and became the Lone Ranger? And why did he wear a mask? Aha. What kind of an American are you? Kimosabe. Can you tell me what Kimosabe means? Kimosabe. He said, Kimosabe, me tanto. Me tanto, faithful Indian companion, Lone Ranger. Me tanto. And he used to say, Tonto, hurry to the town, disguise yourself as a collie dog, look into the window and see whether or not the sheriff is preparing to put together a posse to drive the rustlers out of the South 40. I'll wait here. Kimosabe. Oh, hi-oh, Silver away. Hi-oh. Speaking of coming to the rescue, we have with us today the electronic workshop. And then if you've been having the troubles that people constantly have with the electronic equipment in their home, and I'm not talking about, please don't think that your vacuum and your iron is people think anything they plug in is electronic. No. I mean things like television sets. I mean things but things like hi-fi is what we deal in. Things like preamplifiers. We would like to say this, that of all the places that I have known over all the years I have fooled with electronic equipment, I know of only 3 places that I have come across. 3. And 2 of them are not in New York. 2 of them are in Chicago. places that I know where you can really take some equipment or buy equipment and know that the guy you bought it from is going to be there the next week and you can argue with him. You don't argue with a catalog. Very few guys have successfully done it via order blanks, believe me. I'd like to point out that the Electronic Workshop is the one hi-fi place that I know of in a long way that will stand behind its equipment and will make it really worth your while for coming down to buy from them. It's worth going there in a lot of the intangible ways. First of all, you save money to begin with. Many of the things that they sell down at the workshop are much lower in price than in other places around town. But this is beside the point. They don't make a big deal about price, even though their prices are competitive with anybody in the market. The thing that they do sell, that most of the bigger places cannot sell, is this one guy behind the counter that you can argue with, who never argues, actually. I remember a thing that happened one day when I was at the workshop that I remember very well. I never saw anything like this happen in a business house. Some guy came in, and I was standing around there, and I was buying, by the way, in case you're interested, I was buying a KLH speaker, an enclosure. And I was making the deal, and I was standing there talking to one of the guys, and Len, who is the head man down there when Cliff isn't around. By the way, if you this is a guy to talk to if you have electronic problems. Anyway, Len went over to see this customer, and he was the Wolcott Gibbs type. You know what I mean? The genteel New Yorker reader type who prides himself on not knowing anything about the modern world, the technicians and the whole business. I just turn the knob, and the music comes out. This sort of thing. And he takes a great pride in saying that he can't drive a car well. We have this is a kind of an inverse snobism, of people who pretend they can't drive, who can't work anything. Anyway, what's the matter, Jen? You look very, very, very bored or something. This guy was that type, tall, thin, with white hair, and that look about the eye. And he says, I'd heard that if you buy a good pickup cartridge, that the music will be much better. And he had read an ad for a cartridge that costs around $45. It runs to about 55 or 60 installed. And Len was talking to him, and believe it or not, Don, this is a fact, he was talking him out of buying this cartridge because he was telling him the obvious fact that with the equipment that he had, this cartridge was completely out of line. It would be like buying racing tires for a 1936 Ford. You just don't need it. It's just silly. It's impossible to use. And so it's like buying a $400 electron microscope for a kid who's 3 years old and he wants to look at butterflies. And so he says, I'd heard that this was a very good pickup. A very good pickup, a good instrument. I'd heard this somewhere. And Len was saying, look, sir, really, this would be a waste of your money to do this. And the man could not understand it. He felt that somehow he was being taken now because the man would not take his money. And the easiest thing that Len could have done would be say, all right, fine, wrap it up, $45, we'll install, yep, take it away. He could have done this. And that is, by the way, what 97% of them do, knowing full well that the poor guy's going to, is going to be useless. And so he wound up selling him a $19 ceramic cartridge, which was perfect for what his use was, and installing it free. The guy had his cartridge head there, it was a plug-in head, and all Len did was install it in 5 minutes and give it to him, and he went out, and he suspected, I could see all the way out, that somebody had given him some kind of a bad... He'd only been saved $40, And it's this kind of an operation, and I would suggest that if you are planning to buy any electronic equipment, Harman Kardon, they have the whole line of the magnificent Harman Kardon FM AM tuners, the new stereo tuners, the ones that are set up for the new multiplex systems. Have you seen any of that system work? That new FM system? Well, this is really something to see. And if you're looking for a good tuner to listen to AM and FM, I would suggest you go down to the Electronic Workshop. They have a great big display of used equipment too. But the number to call if you have problems with your hi-fi equipment, or you're afraid that you don't want to commit yourself, call Gramercy 3-0140 and ask them, just ask them. what kind of a system they can put together for what you can afford. And by the way, the midsummer is the period to buy electronic equipment. Believe me, hardly anybody buys hi-fi equipment at this time, and so hence you'll get a much better deal both as a trade and as a cash buy. You'll find this to be very true in all of the hi-fi places. Wait another month and a half or 2 months, and you're right in the middle of the big buying rush again. You know, hi-fi has become a cycular thing. Are you aware of that? It sells in cycles like cars, and this is the time to do it. Gramercy 30140, 26 West 8th Street in the Village. It's the Electronic Workshop. Can't you just see Len coming in with his soldering iron red hot, and your preamp has blown up, and they say, "Here he comes! Hi-yo, Silver! Len to the rescue! The Electronic Workshop is here again!" Hooray! That takes care of that buzz once and for all. It was simply a transistor, madam. I just couldn't help it, you know. I'm sorry. I mean, really. But sorry. I suppose, though, you know, if you feel occasionally from time to time, I'd like to say this, if I may. Come to order, all of you out there! Have you noticed in every one of the courtroom dramas that after every comment by the witness, there is always a group. Order in the court! Order in the court! We'll have to clear the courtroom! I just couldn't help it. Because you see, I was sitting in front of I have a feeling that I'm in imminent danger all the time now, ever since I began to look at occasionally the afternoon courtroom dramas. Because have you ever looked at any one of these dramas? If any of you ever have the chance, I would like to suggest you do something. Some afternoon, watch one of these real-life courtroom dramas, you know, a continual trial that goes on and on. Have you seen these on TV? These things are very significant because they tell a great deal about what the common man feels about law. First of all, every witness who comes up before the bar who is going to testify winds up being made to look suspicious, a sinister character. Have you noticed that? Have you noticed in the Perry Mason shows? Every witness is made to look like he somehow secretly was the one who was responsible for it. And then, have you noticed also that almost invariably the lawyers on both sides of the case have a sinister eye? They walk back and forth and they say, "And all right now, do you mean to tell me? Do you mean to sit right there in that chair with your hand raised to God, looking out over this assembled multitude of your peers? You mean to tell me that you're emptying the ice drip pan under your ice box the night of Friday the 13th, that Thursday night of July, when Harold M. Murchison was found weighted with 7 sash weights at the bottom of the East River? And do you mean to tell me that cock and bull story?" And the man sits there and looks and he says, I think it was Friday the 13th. I'm not sure. That's right, you're not sure, are you? You are not sure. I object. The other waiter leaps, I object. You see, the point that I'm making is that the average person suspects that the law is a terrible dark ogre that's waiting to grab him. That if he ever gets near it, in any context, in any way at all, he is going, and you find it everywhere in New York. Guys will be getting robbed on one street corner, and other guys are walking fast in the other. I don't want to get involved in it, they say. Why? Because they're afraid of it. Men are suspicious of the law, and so as you make your drama about the law court, the law is a capricious thing. Do you notice that? There's no such thing as justice. There's only luck in the law. That if Perry Mason got caught in a traffic jam and was held up for 4 minutes, every one of his clients would go to the electric chair. Everyone. Believe me, everyone. And these afternoon courtroom dramas, if somebody didn't break down just 30 seconds before the final commercial, break down and blurt out. They always blurt out I did it. If they never broke down, the poor innocent guy invariably would go to jail. Now, what would happen if Perry Mason not only got caught in a traffic jam, but the witness that finally broke down didn't break down at all? This is secretly what everybody suspects. And everybody suspects the law of Chicago. That's why millions of people secretly believe that Carroll Chessman not only was not guilty of anything, for 56 different times when he was brought in, he was railroaded every time. It's this deep suspicion everybody has of the law. And it's a fascinating thing to watch. When you say, I'm sitting there watching this courtroom drama and I'm reading, you begin to sweat. Any minute now, you know, if a cop walks over and asks me what time it is, I don't know. Time. What would you say? What time is it, sir? What time is it, sir? Time. You know, time. You have a watch. What time is it? 5 minutes to 7. 5 minutes to 7. Let me look at that watch. It's 10 minutes after 7. The light's bad. Come with me. Come with me. No, I want to call my lawyer. Lawyer, you will not lead a lawyer where you're going. We all have the suspicion. You know, isn't this true? There's a great deal of truth, you know. And you see it in the popular drama. You really do see truth about the secret fears that all of us have are in the popular drama, not the serious drama. Never the serious drama. Because this is self-conscious. It's the day-to-day pouring out, the soap opera life. These are the secret worlds. Speaking of secret worlds, those of you who have become involved in reading The Village Voice are very much aware of the fact that The Village Voice is a kind of secret world. You know what I mean by secret world? That it is a complete world, all of its own. And it's a world that really is, of course, there's no sense in trying to separate one world from the other. You know, one of the most amusing things that I hear all the time on the radio is, and now in the world of news. The world of news? I mean, do I live in the world of news? And then 3 minutes later, the same guy will say, and now in the world of sports. I mean, do the guys who live in the world of sports also live in the world of news? In other words, does a second baseman for the St. Louis Cardinals, is he under the same pressures, world pressures, as I am, since I live in the world of what is it, you and me? Do you live in the world of news, you know? But the world of The Village Voice is in the essence the world of all of us, but it's the side of the world that hardly any of us ever see. It's the world of ideas. It's the world of people who want to say something, and even if they often say it badly, what they say is quite often important. And many people say nothing in The Village Voice superbly, you see, which is another interesting thing. And I found that the ones who say nothing, the best of all of them are the ones who invariably become famous. But that's just, you know, that's all a side issue. But it's a beautiful show. I look at The Village Voice as a constantly passing show. It really is. This paper has reported and recorded all kinds of things, and it's constantly referring to its past, and it's referring to the future. And in just a few years, it has become one of the most important international newspapers in America. It is read widely all over the world, you know. In fact, more people probably read it in Paris than read it in Queens. Sadly enough. Sadly for the people in Queens, I might point out. And if you would like to, and the only way to know about The Voice is don't pick it up on the newsstand or read one issue. I mean, it doesn't do you any good. It's like reading one page out of a book and deciding whether you like it. Because The Voice really is a continuing thing. I would suggest you pop for $3 for a subscription. And if you don't, I'll tell you this, that if you don't like it, if after you get this paper for 6 weeks, you just call them up and say, I don't want the paper anymore, send me my dough back, and I know they'll do it. But this just doesn't happen. You become hooked. Give them a call at, are you right? Now listen carefully. Don't call here. People keep calling here. It's Watkins 4669. Give them a call right now. I mean, it's Secret World editor is on duty at this moment. He reports on, you know, and now for news from the secret world, here is, Watkins 4669 in New York. And you can reverse the charges. In fact, they want you to. So no matter where you're calling from, Philadelphia, the Lost Continent, no matter where you're calling from, just reverse the charges, and they'll pick up the tag. And they'll send you a bill, and you're in business. It's Watkins 4669, $3 for a year, the Village Voice, WA4. And while we're on the subject of the Voice and the Village, right down the street from the Voice, just around the corner and a couple of little jogs over, the Village, you know, is a solid little community within our community, is Yin and Yang. Yin and Yang, which I believe is one of the finest Oriental restaurants in these United States. As a matter of fact, one of the gourmet magazines recently, as we've pointed out to you many times, designated the Yin and Yang restaurant as one of the 5 top Oriental restaurants in the East. In fact, what they said was in the entire United States, but that's playing it pretty big. Even I won't claim that. But it's a magnificent restaurant, and they are open Saturday night. They're open Sunday. They have a bar. They're open 7 days a week, and it's a great place to go for lunch. If you are a businessman type and you go out for lunch, you will find that Yin and Yang is a really interesting place to take somebody where the prices aren't high and the food is magnificent, and they'll really dig it because it is unusual. They're open every day at 12 noon, and they close about 10 or 11 or sometimes as late as 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning. They're open usually after the theater. You will find them open tonight after the theater, for example. It's Yin and Yang at 82 West 3rd Street. Yin and Yang, the old Chinese philosophy of dark and light and sweet and sour, which is embodied in their food. Yin and Yang. And I'll tell you one thing that they do specialize in. They specialize in northern Chinese food. Most places that you eat in what we generally call a Chinese restaurant, most of them have southern Chinese. But this is a kind of a combination of Polynesian, northern Chinese, southern Chinese, all sorts of interesting stuff. Yin and Yang, 82 West 3rd Street. And above anything else, ask for their chicken wing appetizer. I mean, being a wing on a chicken. Being a wing on a chicken. You know, there's a funny thing about that whole mystique. That whole mystique of food. Have you noticed that in our time, food and eating food has become a major social event? A really major social event? I mean, this is the social event of the day. I mean, even if you're just sitting at your desk and eating a sandwich, somehow it's a social event. It has become a moment of importance. And you walk up and down the streets on the east side of New York, and you realize that one of the major industries in this town is the lunch industry. Now, when I say, I don't mean food industry. I mean selling lunch. The whole business of lunch. Some of these places have rotten food, but they sell lunch. And I mean lunch in the sense of the credit card. They sell the whole business, you know. You know that I know some guys who don't even wear hats or coats, but will not go into a restaurant unless there's a check room. I mean, you see the point of what I mean about selling lunch? I remember one time, speaking of eating, and since this is a habit that all of us have been trying to break, I'm sure. Did I ever tell you about the guy I met in Chillicothe, Ohio? There is a guy in Ohio who has not eaten in over 25 years. He broke himself of the habit of eating. Seriously. You know what he does? No, you know what he does? He drinks water. He says there are minerals in water. He drinks well water. It has iron in it, you see. It has iron, it has sulfur, it has calcium. He drinks a lot of well water, and he breathes deeply. And he lives within maybe 4 or 5 blocks of a big stand of trees, and he claims that these trees give off they'll give off oxygen. The trees will, you know the smell you smell when you get near to leaves and foliage? He says this is the essence of the same vitamin that you get out of green vegetables. It's there. And so he breathes deeply. And once in a while for dessert, he goes down and stands in front of the planter's peanut shop and breathes. Or he walks into an ice cream. Really, he hasn't. Everyone is saying, "Oh, come on, Shepard." No, this is true. He has not eaten in over 25 years, and he's rather thin. He's a tall. He weighs. You'd never know it, but it's fascinating to see this guy having lunch. It's incredible. I mean, it's an intriguing thing to see this guy just standing there, just. And it's funny when he invites you out to lunch. He invited me out to lunch one day. We stood around for a while, and we went down, and he says, it took me for a real treat. He took me down to this fruit stand, and we stood in front and just breathed. And, walked past a wine shop, breathed a little bit, and went home. But I felt clean, I felt wonderfully clean. And so this whole business, this whole mystique of eating it's really largely habit. Speaking of habits, we have with us Lufthansa. Hey, I'd like to tell you something about eating. Did I ever tell you about the place that I know next, it's about a block and a half away back on one of the side streets, back of the Bayerischer Hof in Munich. I'm sounding very much like a world traveler type, I'll tell you, one of the greatest sensations of world traveling is to travel to the point where when you arrive in a foreign country and a foreign city, you go back to a restaurant that you have gotten to know, and you have been there several times, and it is as familiar to you as, let's say, Niedek's at 40th and 6th Avenue. That's a great feeling. It's a wild feeling. And the last time I was in Germany, I went into this restaurant, which I happen to know there. I've been in there a couple of times on several previous trips. And I went in, I walked right in, I knew where the door, the whole thing, completely at home. I walked in and I sat down, and the waitress came over and spoke to me in English. He says, "Well, we are very pleased to see you here. And how are you again there? Where have you been?" And I says, I've been... And she went away after I had made my order, and I sat there and I thought, Shepard, for crying out loud, you are a world traveler, a bon vivant, a sophisticate, a member of international society. And I ordered my Kartoffeln with a little whipped cream on the side, and she brought me my coffee, and I sat there. It's a beautiful restaurant. And the point that I'm making here is that at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, all the fat housefraus and all the fat businessmen all gather to drink this magnificent coffee with magnificent cream, and they have pastry, whipped cream, and cakes that just make your eyes spin. You break into a cold sweat thinking about them. I can point this out to you, that if you're planning to fly the coop, I suggest you take a trip directly to Munich. There is no more beautiful city via Lufthansa. And do it early. I mean, if you're gonna make the Lufthansa run, you better contact them very early in the game, because they're real booked up. Oh, now look, do you have that thing up there, Don? Did you put that thing away? Hold it. It's a sad thing, but our lives are largely vicarious lives. Do you know that most of us hardly ever feel any excitement in our lives, real excitement? We watch other people pretending to have excitement on the stages. We watch movies watching other people pretending to have excitement. We listen to the radio, and we listen to Ed and Peggy talk about these glamorous parties at the Waldorf, and Serge Obolensky, and again, you see, vicarious living. Hardly any of us. And do you know one of the reasons why there has been a great growth of classical music collection in America? Is because more and more people are living vicarious lives and having vicarious emotions, which music gives them. You know that? This is a fact, that if you were really living these emotions, you wouldn't need them. If you really lived like this, you would not have to say, "Hey-o, Silver! Hooray!" Put it on the hi-fi and stand there, in front of this gigantic woofer speaker. And suddenly, the Indians are riding again. My faithful Indian companion Tonto is just about to return with another sheaf of silver bullets. Hey-o, Silver! Hooray! Never. Let's use that as a theme today, Don. Come on. Never in the annals of the Old West was a man so equipped, was a man so ready, a man so willing indeed to ride out, to come on, let's go! Hi-yo, Silver! Before we go, hey, Don, quick, hello. Before we go, it's all an illusion. It's just music. It's just music, remember. Is there a rancher's daughter listening who's being given a hard time by the sheep herders anywhere? I'm ready. I have the silver bullets. I'm ready to ride. Hi-yo, Silver, away!
This is WOR Radio, your station for news.
From July 30th, 1960, the footrace of life in New York. At the dog track, chasing the rabbit of life. Shep reveals the source of alligators in the sewers of New York City.
You can tell by the looks on their faces as they go scurrying through the rain. Maybe we pushed it too far this time. Maybe we have pushed it too far this time, and finally that gigantic, that tremendous sledge, that hammer, is going to come right out of a boom! New York is gone. You know, it's a fascinating thing for an outlander, for someone who lives an outlander, to observe what New York does during the slightest indication that weather might be glowering just a little bit. Could it be possible that New York has a fantastic case of conscience? That New York's great abstract life, you know, we're constantly writing about New York, talking about New York, writing how it feels to live in New York, and people like Truman Capote, people like what's this guy from the Times? People like, what's this guy from Esquire? What's this guy from Playboy? All these people are writing constantly about the mystique of New York. And of course, it has become increasingly abstract. More and more, New York life bears a relationship to no other life. It is New York life. There are people who are alive, you know, way out there wandering around the hills and bumping into each other in Chillicothe, way out there in the dark fastnesses of, for want of a better word, the outer darkness. Out there in the boondocks, I might use a better known phrase, way out there in the, you know. And here we are, we're all gathered together, huddled here, if you please, in New York. And somehow we have gotten the ingrown feeling of a faculty. You know what faculty life is like in a college that's way off in the hills someplace, up, let's say out in Princeton or Dartmouth or somewhere. The ingrown life of the faculty is an interesting thing, very interesting thing to observe. It grows kind of, well, it's ingrown. It's like this toe within a sock, within a shoe, within an overshoe, within a drift of snow. And it's all by itself. It has no context that lives beyond the context of its own little leaves and its own files. It has no real contact with the outside world. And once in a while, a new group of students will come in, and they will absorb those students. But the students are always on the periphery, just as the tourist is on the periphery here in Manhattan. He comes, he goes. For a while, he sings and dances with us, but never is part of us. And then he departs, but we stay. We are the faculty of New York. And as we grow more and more ingrown, we become more and more insular. We have our own mores, our own mode of operation. And so we write our own literature. We, of course, and I'm not even speaking of Damon Runyon, who never wrote, as far as I'm concerned, the literature of New York. Runyon wrote Runyonese. But nevertheless, we have our own literature. It pours out of the news. It pours out of the indignant pulp pages of the Post. Oh, he's angry about things which... And then you have the good, calm, vaguely fuzzy voice of the New York Times ponderously moving along a concrete highway that's a circular highway, of course. And we have our own literature. We're our own mores, our own world, our own way of being. That let's say the mystique of Horn and Hardart is always and will forever be lost on the tourist, the man from Cleveland. I know, you know, the man from Cleveland comes, oh, look at you, put the nickels in. Oh, this is always what I heard about, the automat, you know. But it isn't the automat. You hardly ever hear it called the automat to people living in New York. It's something else. But here's this mystique growing. It's an inner circle. And once in a while, you see, this is where we get to the point of this thing here. Now sit up straight, will you? I mean, just because it's Saturday, sit up. Sit up. I'm awfully tired. This whole miserable business. I mean, you're getting a crimp. I'm getting a crimp. We're all crimped. And so we sit here in this circle, this sewing circle that is Manhattan. And once in a while from the outer world will come the slight suggestion of a wind. Oh, what was that? We turn and look over our shoulders. Or maybe a little rain will come down broad. Ooh, what's this wet stuff? Of course, we're used to wet stuff. I was over on the east side the other day in the 60s. Let me tell you, have you ever pulled up, say about 2 o'clock in the morning in the 60s somewhere in the east side over around 2nd, over there in Tristville, you know, where all these big new fancy apartments have gone up and all these great big fancy balconies are out looking out over the river. Oh, this is Expensiveville. This is expense accountville if I ever saw it. See, and it's over there. You pull up about 2 o'clock in the morning and you get out of a cab or you get incidentally, only cabs are fitting in that neighborhood there. It's the transient world, you know. And have you ever had the feeling that you're going to go to hell in a cab? You know, paying the fare and the meter's ticking all the way. And so you get out of a cab. I did this just the other night. I get out of a cab over there in the East 60s. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and I hear this. And it's all around me. Not a soul is stirring, not even a mouse. And there's a faint moisture in the air. And I had just left the west side where all was pristine and calm and quiet. And I couldn't figure out what it was. I thought, is it the river flowing past? What is it? And then it dawned on me. It was air conditionerville. And the whole world there was air conditioned. And I looked up, and all these sleeping apartments you could hear humming. It's a frightening thing, really. It really is. You can hear it. It's getting more and more. At 3 o'clock in the morning, all the apartments go. And once in a while, you hear the little metal flaps of the what are they? Little ventilators on the side of these things. And then you'll hear a rattly old air conditioner that's about 9 years old. Somewhere where some guy hasn't quite made it up there on the 7th floor, and he's in a rent-controlled apartment, and they'll get him out before the first of the year. You know it. And they're all spitting this little moisture, spitting it out at you. You stand there in the middle of the street, and you begin to realize that you are now living in the contained, transistorized good life of the 20th century. That these are the truly insular people. We in New York, we like to think that out in the Midwest they are isolationists. Oh, you have no idea how isolationist New York is. It's even isolationist about New Jersey, 15 feet away. And we're living in this little faculty, all of us together. And once in a while, there'll be this little breeze come down the street. And somebody will say, whoa, what was that? And the guy next to him said, that was a wind, I think. A wind. A wind. A wind. A wind. 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 And then 10 minutes later, there will be an extra large drop will come down. What was that? Somebody's air conditioner? That's rain. And within 5 minutes, all over the dial, you hear nothing but a constant hullabaloo. Television, radio, all they're talking about is this thing that came from the outside world, this rain. Have you listened to the newscast today? This piddling little rain we're getting here. This miserable little rain. And I'm listening to the newscast, 15 minutes of time. And on 46th Street, there were over 2 inches of water. And on 23rd Street, there were 7 inches of water. And 14 old ladies had to get out of their car. And, oh, it was terrible. Oh, it's so awful here. You have no idea what it's... And, ladies and gentlemen, the barometer is going up and down and sideways. And the multiple... And it goes, you see. And it sounds like a fantastic disaster has hit Manhattan. What it is the outside world has hit Manhattan, which is a disaster in itself. And we are becoming aware of something, you see, that out there is that world. And it goes on and on and on like this in this little faculty world. You know how a faculty is. I'll give you a little insight into the faculty world. That the slightest little ripple causes gigantic waves, because they got nothing else to do, you know. They're all sitting around there on their duffs, all looking at each other suspiciously, all waiting for somebody to move into the department, that sharp young man from Dartmouth who wrote that monograph, that idiotic thing, that, you know, that. And they're all waiting for this thing to happen, just as we are in our wonderful little insular world here. And it's fascinating to me. Coming from, have you ever seen what kind of rains they get in Omaha? Oh, buddy. Have you ever seen every 3 weeks in the winter in Circleville, Ohio, the snow suddenly is up to the roofs, and during the summertime, plagues of locusts, one after the other, gigantic, thundering tornadoes. I remember a tornado that went right through a little town in Michigan, and 10 minutes after it went through, knocked down 17 houses. Nobody said anything about it. I don't know what they would do in New York if a tornado ever struck Times Square. I mean, it would be the biggest thing. We would be talking about it till well into January. It would be fantastic. And the only point that I'm making here is that most of the decisions about that outside world are made right here in this little insular world. Along Madison Avenue and Lexington, there are thousands of guys who are sitting there figuring out what to say to the people in Circleville, Ohio, to make them feel even more insecure. And they're sitting out there stolidly in Circleville. The tornado goes past, and after a while they can hear the buzzing of the locust wings. They can hear the chewing of the cutworm out on the tomato vines. And he knows about the real world out there. And we here, you know, we live in this wonderful, soft, warm... We're all sitting... You know, I had this feeling... There's a funny feeling about this. I just got back from a cruiser, from a missile cruiser. And we're sailing 150 or 200 miles way out into the Atlantic. We took off from Boston, and we went out into that darkness, that eternal sea out there. And you see the porpoises rising and falling, and you can see a whale blowing way off the starboard bow. And then night falls until finally there's nothing but that dark inverted bowl, that eternal night. And let me tell you, I'm standing up there on the flying bridge, and I can see nothing but darkness. Billions and billions and billions of skies, all as far as one can see, and all the stars that you could ever imagine. And the ship is cutting through that black water at about 30 knots. You can hear an occasional banging somewhere, way down in the hold of this thing, or a creaking sound. Not a single light going. We're cutting through that water. You could feel the spray, and it's a strange feeling. You see, I don't know which is the real world. This world of the ship, which is as insular as anything you can imagine, or that crazy world that I have just left. And as the ship comes steaming back, and slowly I'm getting drawn into this, I can hear the cacophony rising. You can hear the trumpeting and the bellowing and the booming and the crashing and the banging and the shrieking and the wailing and the moaning, rising from the eternal squadrons of the damned. as I move back into Manhattan, and I'm once again in this fantastic, strange, whirling vortex, the whirlpool. I remember this story about, now I don't know which is the real world, you see. We're scuttering out there in the darkness, and there's nothing but sky and water. And this steel hulk, speaking of hulks, this is WOR AM and FM New York. Speaking of hulks, as Long John would say, it's time to take care of a bit of business. Filter... Now, can you tell me which is the real world? Would you, before you put that away, Jimmy, just 1 second here. Now, we're talking about the real world. Now hold it there for a second. I'll give you the cue. Now, remember this. I am standing on the flying bridge of a steel gray cruiser, like a long sullen greyhound cutting through that black sea of the Atlantic, rising and falling eternally the way it's risen and fallen, up and down, rising and falling and reaching. Oh, yes, reaching, always reaching. Always reaching. Joseph Conrad, you know. I'm standing on the bridge of this thing, looking down at that black water, and it's scuttling past us at 30, 32 knots, something like that. And I'm looking at this water, and I realize that if I ever somehow was washed overboard, or if I was walking along one of the rails and just slipped and skittered under the rail and out, I would be gone forever. There would be no coming back. At this time of night, at this place, and at this very instant in this ocean, we were on the edge of the Labrador Current, and it was bitter, icy cold water, and you could feel that steely ice pick kind of wind that cut along the side, over the bridge, and back over the conning tower, and finally out over the fantail. And you could hear that wind hissing and whistling through those radar dishes just above us. Up and down we're going. I'm looking out over into that water, and I can see an occasional whitecap kicking up. You can hear the sea. And I'm thinking about what Joseph Conrad said. Conrad said, in effect, in a short story, a magnificent short story. No one ever wrote about the sea like Conrad, with the possible exception of Herman Melville. You know, all the British writers, all the European writers wrote more about society. The American writers in the early days of American letters dealt almost conclusively and eternally with those dark forces that lay just outside the guttering hiss of the campfire, and Melville was one of them. But Conrad, a British writer, also dealt with the sea. And his remark about the sea said, anyone who loves the sea, and I'm wildly paraphrasing him here, anyone who loves the sea is crazy. Says the sea does not love. The sea knows no passion. The sea is purely mechanical. Purely and utterly and thoroughly mechanical. It's like saying, I love this piece of sand. I love this rock, but with a difference. The sea is not only mechanical, but is a killer that rises and falls. And I'm standing on that flying bridge, and I can feel just the touch of spray and that fantastic darkness and those billion stars above us. And I can see way over somewhere in my mind only, way over somewhere this wild cacophonic, fantastic rising and falling hoopla, brouhaha, roar and pitch and steam of the thing I had just left, New York, that little faculty. That booming, bellowing faculty of which I have been part of, caught up with, ensnarled with, enmeshed by, for so long I can't remember anything else now. And I'm standing on this flying bridge, and I'm looking down at this water, and I realize if I go in that water, there is no more, ever. And there's a guy standing next to me. He says, did I ever tell you about the time? This guy I knew that was on a British freighter. They were out in the South Seas. We got to talking about falling in the water. He said, it was this guy who was a third mate on a freighter out in the South Seas. He said, I knew the guy. And they had just left an island port, and they were heading east. And they were in the darkest, deepest, most shark-ridden part of the Pacific. The water was warm and soupy, but oh, so deadly. And it's 4 o'clock in the morning, and the third mate is the officer of the day, and he's making his rounds of the deck, just quietly walking around. He gets around to the fantail, and there were maybe 2 or 3 men awake on this ship. This little old freighter was beating her way. And he looks down over the fantail. He's examining the screws. He's making sure that he's making a check. He's making sure that everything is working fine. When suddenly the ship took a slight roll when he didn't expect it, and he was pitched right off into that darkness. Over that fantail, into that hissing, steaming, boiling, shark-ridden Pacific water. And he saw nothing but the lights of that ship retreating. He was wearing a white T-shirt. He was wearing a pair of white shorts and a pair of those low-cut gym shoes. That's all he had. He's floating there all by himself in that eternal grave. And he sees that ship going off into the distance. And he knew that they wouldn't find out that he was gone until they changed watches 4 hours hence. He knew it. And he knew that when they found this out, they would be 4 hours away. And he knew that the moment they found it out, they would probably turn around and steam back to where they thought perhaps he might have been lost. 4 hours back, or thereabouts. So hence he had a minimum of 8 hours to float in that deserted sea on one of the lesser used, way off the beaten track, little-known sea routes. It would be as if you're lost on a gravel road 1,000 miles away from the turnpike. Don't expect them to come and find you here. And so he lay on his back and looked up at the stars and just lay there. He knew that it was 8 hours. He set his mind for 8 hours and just quietly paddled and tried to stay above water. And that sea heaved. And sure enough, within 10 minutes, a shark came nosing around in the darkness. Can you imagine a shark at 4 o'clock in the morning in the darkness in an unknown sea? And the first indication he had of the shark, it was so dark, was that it nuzzled him. Moved up and just went boom. With that great big leathery nose up against his ribs. Boom. And he stiffened. And the instant you stiffen when you're trying to float on your back, you sink. Down he went. He relaxed again and floated to the surface. Boom. This thing hit him again. And he lay there. He moved his left hand casually, easily, trying not to startle anything, trying not to tip the boat. And then when he got in the position, he just shot out with his foot. Sacco! And he kicked the shark between the eyes. Just boom. And the shark moved back and began to circle. And every 10 minutes thereafter, the shark would move in and just sort of nuzzle him. He would kick again. And then the shark was joined by a second shark. Until finally, as the rosy-fingered dawn was quietly trickling its fingernails over that eternal grave, he saw that there were at least 10 or 12 sharks just circling around looking at him. And the sun began to beat down. And then suddenly, without warning, the sharks disappeared, which was even more frightening. Altogether, they just... It's now about 7 o'clock in the morning. He's looking up at the sky, and he says, well, they'll find out about it in just about an hour. I've been here 3 hours now. And he's getting sick. Have you ever bobbed up and down in a rowboat, lying on your back, looking up at the sky? 20 minutes of that, and you're getting ready to let go of every meal you've ever had in your life. Every meal you ever had. And he's lying there nauseous and sick, bobbing up and down. And the water is beginning to sting him. You lie too long in salt water, and that Pacific salt water is even saltier than the salt water. And you begin to get that crawly feeling on your skin. That feeling as though death itself is somehow sneaking up on you, and death has a rough skin. Death is rough like mohair. And you lie there and you look up, and he's looking out, and suddenly he sees this great hulk coming up beside him. An enormous hulk. Something black is coming up out of the sea. I'm telling you a true story. And he looks, and it's a turtle. Have you ever seen pictures of these giant Solomon Islands turtles? Here's this enormous sea turtle with great flippers. Now, these things are not carnivorous, really. They're just sort of, they're just sort of like a ward healer. Kind of friendly and a little sneaky and untrusty. But at the same time, big. Oh, they throw their own weight. And this great big turtle just bobbed up next to him and swam slowly over and looked him right in the face, raised his old head out of the water and looked at him, and then ducked his head down and bumped him like a great big fat 2-ton beach ball. Boom. Down he went in the water again. Now he's really sick. He's got another mouthful of salt water. He bobs up, and the turtle just continues to nudge him along a little bit. Boom, like this. And he realizes that 3 more bumps like this, and he is done. He is done. He is waterlogged. He is soaked. He will not be able to come back. So he hangs onto the side of the turtle's shell so that the turtle can't get around in front of him again. And there the two of them are out there in that giant eternal ocean, that sea. He's clinging to the side of the turtle, and he realizes now the turtle is giving him a little rest. The turtle is just quietly flapping his flippers and once in a while going, bleh. You know how turtles do. You know, they have this problem. This is a diet problem. It's an awful bad diet. Bleh. He's flapping his flippers, and this guy is hanging on to the flippers out there. And by this time, the sharks are back again, but they see now he has a friend. And he is clinging to the turtle, and the turtle is just quietly going, bleh, bleh. And once in a while, the turtle submerges a little bit. Bleh. He goes under, looks around, and this guy just quietly floats to the surface like a bobber. And he waits. And the turtle comes back, and this continues for about another hour and a half. And then just as suddenly as it began, they disappeared. Turtle, sharks, and all. And that sun began to crack down. It was now about 10 o'clock in the morning. He was so sick he couldn't see the sky. He couldn't see the water. He just lay on his back. He's been in the water now for 6 hours, only on the hope that this ship might come back. Only on the hope, that's all, a very slim one. And he didn't trust the skipper anyway, really. He's a no-good type. And so he lay on his back with that sun beating down, and he began to feel the skin peeling off of his forehead and his cheeks. The salt water was working on him. The sun was working on him. And once in a while he would see high overhead, way, way high overhead, a flight of seabirds. You don't call to the terns. You don't call to the kestrels. And occasionally an albatross goes slowly moving across the horizon, and he lay. And sure enough, 20 minutes before the 8 hours were up, he sees coming over the horizon a tiny dot. It is his ship. And for the very first moment, he felt a tremendous, overwhelming, completely engulfing panic. He really felt panic. Panic because now he saw the very glimmerings of something that might save him. He saw that they might not save him, even more possibly, because the sea was a heavy, heaving sea. And if you've ever tried to see a tiny bobbing single head on a sea, this is, this business of needles and haystacks is chicken feed and kid stuff. And he's bobbing. And he began to panic. And as he began to panic, he began to struggle. And as he began to struggle, he began to be sicker. And as he began to be sicker, everything began to spin and get blue and green, and he practically passed out just because of the panic. And then he saw that the ship was slowly beginning to come about. They were giving up the search. They had searched for 4 hours back over that route. They says, no, he's gone. Let's go. We're losing time. And then just at the last instant, believe it or not, somebody, a seaman, walking along the rail who wasn't even on lookout, looked out over the horizon and saw that tiny dot. They put down a boat and they pulled him out of the water. And the instant they pulled him out of the water, he broke down completely, thoroughly, utterly, and completely. Didn't regain his senses for maybe 10 days, 3 days after they'd been in port. And for weeks after that, he was still out at sea. For weeks after that, he was still getting bumped by turtles and nuzzled by whales. Which is the real world? Which is the real world? I'm out there on the flying bridge, and I see that black water scuttering past, and all I can hear is New York in the distance. All I can hear is...
200X.
Ah, New York! This is it! This is the real world! This is what we want!
There's a great
Yes.
new gasoline.
That's the real world. Boy, it's good to be back here where it's real. Woo! Glad to be back. Glad to be with you folks. I'll award you the brass figurine with bronze oak leaf palm if you can tell me who it was who said, "Glad we could get together, folks." You know, I saw a cartoon. Speaking of that, you see, the point that we're trying to raise here is that we are living a life of such complete abstraction here in Manhattan. Such complete abstraction that anytime anything that even smacks of the real sneaks down Broadway and gets our pants legs wet, there is a fantastic panic that goes through us. What is that out there? Oh, we're pushing it too far. We're pushing it too far. And a giant mailed fist one day is going to come. Can't you just hear that on a newscast? Ladies and gentlemen, from the WOR newsroom, we just have received reports that an enormous golden chariot was seen 4,000 feet over West Babylon, Long Island, driven by a man wearing a gold helmet, shooting bolts of thunder and lightning from his left hand as he drove his golden steeds in the general direction of Montauk Point. When we get further information, we'll return to this point. Stay tuned for further notes from the WOR newsroom about the Golden Chariot disaster. And now back to the top 40 favorites.
These crisp beers must be icily light. With true lager flavor, precisely right. Lively, golden, crystally clear. Valentine
Oh, it's so wonderful to be back here in the real world. You don't know how good I feel about it. Get away from that miserable heaving deck. Everything is solid here. You notice that? Permanent. It's good to be back here in the permanent world. You know, speaking of the permanent world, there was this friend of mine who said, you know, when I was young, when I was a kid, he said, when I was a flaming idealistic youth, I used to listen to the politicians speak. And incidentally, I'd like to make a point here. I think that one of the prevailing sicknesses that we have is to suspect deeply, thoroughly, and completely the politician. And we have this thing, you know, all the time. People say, oh, well, it's a politician. No. They are just us. So don't put, a politician is just us. And he has no more phoniness in him, and he has no more goodness, he has no more omniscience in him than 90% of the rest of us, poor fellow treaders of this yellow brick road in the eternal search for the Emerald City. He's no more phony, he's no... I know 1,000 businessmen I wouldn't trust beyond the sight, beyond the next bend, just past the water cooler. And they're the first ones who say, you can't trust a politician. I'm sitting there with a cab driver who has just euchred me out of 15 cents change by a neat, quick movement of the palm. He says, you can't trust, I can't trust those politicians. And that phony has been knocking down ever since they took the tax off. And all up and down the line. And this friend of mine, you know, he's it's interesting, you know, how we identify or don't identify. We want... Somebody made the point in the Village Voice here that I thought was very well taken. I hope that somebody picks this up. But that's beside the point. We'll save that for tomorrow night. This friend of mine we're talking about the the whole thing. You know, I can't recall any time ever that I have become more deeply embroiled or more involved or more interested. Not involved, and unfortunately, we're only involved by just sort of standing around, but more interested in what is happening in the world than today. I think we're living in historical times, really historical times. All times are historical, but sometimes are more than others, mean more than others. It's just like your daily life. You might have 4 or 5 moments in your day that are much more significant than the other moments that have led up to it and that follow it. And I think that we're living in a momentous, truly a momentous period now. There's no question about it. It's been moving this way for probably 40 years. And now it's kind of coming to a climax. And we are embattled and we don't know which way to turn. If you notice that hardly any political man, any politician really talks about the fact that hardly anywhere in the world can you find a real friend, that everywhere, every place you look, backs are being turned on us, in spite of the loud assurances to the contrary. Now, this is a fascinating thing to see. Not so much that backs are being turned on us, because at every point in history there has been a patsy. We're patsy number one right now, and 10 years from now, I'm quite sure that there will be another patsy that the world will turn its back on, because always man has had to have something to stick pins into to somehow give him a sense that the rottenness that's happening in his life is somebody else's fault. We always have had to have this thing. It's a patsy. We're the patsy now. But have you noticed that hardly anybody really talks about it except in the broadest of generalities? Because we're living in such an interesting dream world. We're living in such a fascinating world. I was listening to a politician the other day talk incessantly about how many more cars people have today, how many more television sets, how many more breezeways. What are you people complaining about? These professional gloom dealers are constantly, he says, and he goes on, and this is a great leader. And I kept hearing the echoes of some guy standing on the side of a limpid pool in Rome. And he's standing up there with his long robes hanging around him, and he's waving his hand in the air, and he's saying, what are you complaining about? What are you talking about? The sore heads are always coming up talking about these barbarians. Look, you had more grapes per capita last year than ever before. More men can afford 3 or more Nubian handmaidens today than ever before. What are you complaining about? Under my administration, and it goes on and on. I keep hearing the echoes of the same thing. Always. And this friend of mine is listening to the speeches going on, and he says, when I was young, when I was a kid, by young he means in his teens and his early 20s, he says, when I was a kid, I used to say, isn't it terrible that these politicians don't believe what they say? I mean, isn't it awful that they don't believe what they say? And he had the feeling that all this political talk, was just talk. They didn't believe it. And then he says, now I listen, and I say, wouldn't it be awful if they believed it? Isn't it terrible if they really believe this stuff? And so, I mean, it's all part of the wonderful dream world in which we're all involved. And hardly any of us, really feel an involvement. We all feel as though we're onlookers. And so we've come to the point now where we have great crowds of comedians, quote, going over the scene who are the so-called dispassionate onlookers, who just, and today, of course, that's the easiest kind of humor. You can take any situation, any condition, any man, any moment in any man's life, and since all of us are frail, and since all of us have the inadequacy of the ungodlike, you can make humor of any moment in any man's life. It's a simple, easy process. I remember seeing a cartoon. In fact, it's in the current issue. It's a beautiful cartoon. One of the few really meaningful cartoons that I have seen in Esquire in a long time. And it's a full-page cartoon. It's in the August issue. I have cut this out, and it is going on my wall of my office. And here it is. It shows the raging fires of hell, the inferno, great roaring flames and dark blackness, and you could see the lost souls sailing out. And there in the foreground, you see a boat crossing the river Styx. And you could see those angry waters. And those hooded, shrouded souls, those damned souls weeping and wailing. And you see this fiend poling along in the back. And sitting in the front, sitting up there in the bow is Dante. Looking very cool, looking very casual. And he's watching. He's sitting back and he's looking at those damned souls moving into the eternal darkness. And he's sitting back there on his duff with his legs crossed. And one of the poor blighted unfortunates is looking at him with a harassed face. And Dante, with a slight smile, is saying, "Oh, I don't mind it really. I'm only here to gather material for a book." Whither goest indeed, O thou mankind? It's like, speaking of Dante and the Inferno and all. Did you read this little news? This is symbolic of our time. We have this great desire to do it. And nobody knows why. All of mankind has. And occasionally one poor soul will do it. Listen to this one from San Francisco. San Francisco. Everett Wong beat the odds. On July 6, his car plunged over Devil's Slide, an ocean bordering cliff south of San Francisco where many a motorist has been killed in the past. Wong's car rolled over and over and over for 170 feet and ended in a crumbled, smashed mass of metal. A terrible, misshapen heap. But Wong painfully crawled out alive. He should have been killed, an officer at the scene said. I've never seen anything like it. Wong's wife, Alice, noted that he became despondent immediately after the accident. Monday, the body of the 36-year-old real estate man was found in a cement courtyard below his apartment. To gain death, he had cheated. Wong had jumped 35 feet, hopping over his air conditioner as he left.
Over WOR Radio, your station for news.
James McCarthy reporting. For up-to-the-minute reports, stay tuned to this station. Now, the news. Well, President Eisenhower was forced to cancel his trip back east today due to that young lady by the name of Brenda. That story from Sanford Marshall in New York.
The East Coast is in the throes of a tropical storm. Waterlogged New Yorkers went to their phones this morning to discover why and heard this.
Tropical Storm Brenda causing heavy rains, high winds, and high tides until early afternoon with partial clearing and diminishing winds and subsiding tides later this afternoon.
Yes, Tropical Storm Brenda was moving up the East Coast at about 35 miles an hour, but she is losing her tropical characteristics. She is now just a windy, wet storm, but she'll be spreading that rain, rough wind, and high tides for the next 12 to 38 hours. This is Sanford Marshall in New York. Now back to James McCarthy in Washington.
And we'll have more news in a moment. On the political scene, pressure is due from both sides of the congressional fence when it reconvenes next month. But the Democrats have made it known today there will be no stalling around about it. Ed Semprini reports from Kennedy headquarters, Cape Cod, Massachusetts.
Running mates Senators John F. Kennedy and Lyndon B. Johnson today singled out medical care for the aged, housing, aid to education, and mutual appropriations as the key issues on the legislative calendar for the forthcoming session of Congress. The Democratic teammates met newsmen at Hyannisport together for the first time since the nominations in Los Angeles. Johnson attacked the administration for what he called its lack of foreign policy, defense, and new ideas. Regarding the GOP convention, Johnson said, the big difference between 1860 and 1960 for them is Lincoln. This is Ed Semprini reporting from WOCB, Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Now back to James McCarthy in Washington.
Well, America, in case you're lolling around the house right about now and thinking how nice and calm it is, here's something that should shake you out of your doldrums. The quiet war is back on in Korea. At last reports, a South Korean destroyer escort tangled with a commie North Korean gunboat 4 miles at sea today and sent the rocks right down, sent the reds, we should say, right down to the bottom. In a naval gunfight which lasted about 5 minutes, the Rockcraft engaged the enemy in what is the first confirmed battle and the first sinking of a commie vessel since the 1953 armistice ending the Korean War. Shortly after the destroyer sent the gunboat to the bottom, a spray of 3 communist torpedo boats appeared on a retaliation mission. No reports on that action, though. That's the news to now. James McCarthy reporting.
And if the truth were out, I suspect that most of us understand life as a kind of gigantic foot race. Billions and billions and billions of us plunging along, thundering along, charging forward in a great cloud of dust that rises up into the sky and glints in the yellowish sun. A fantastically exhausting race. And a race that seems to have no end at all, but just a race. Everyone is thundering along together. And once in a while, one poor unfortunate or 2 or 3 are thrown off onto the curbstone to lie gasping and, of course, completely outdistanced within the next 30 seconds. This is the concept of life that I suspect is the most valid concept for the New Yorker of today. A gigantic foot race. And have you ever had the feeling that if you ever stopped to look at the sky, just to look, that they would catch up with you and pass you, go right on past, thundering on past? I have this friend who every time he goes on vacation has little earphones plugged into his ears. He's connected to his office by a set of radio phones. His boat is never out of touch with the world, ever. And constantly they're bringing messages to him, constantly, because he wants to stay in the race and at the same time look at the sky, which of course is a complete impossibility. Because the kind of sky that I am speaking of is the sky that has no messages being brought to you by runners. And this is the sky that we're all afraid of. I can't get out of touch. I have this friend who once in a while is called out of New York for a couple of weeks for military service or something. He's the only guy I know in military service that is in constant touch night and day with his agent. He's the only guy I know who gets permission from his first sergeant to call his agent during guard duty. And his answering service every 2 hours has been instructed to call the post-service club to let him know whether Zanuck has called. He is never out of touch. The foot race goes on, and the great thundering herd, the crashing and the roaring. And yet, there are 2 kinds of people, really. There are the people who once in a while take their mind away from looking at the sky and try half-heartedly to get into the race. Because, you see, there is something in the air that makes it indecent to spend your life looking at the sky. Not only indecent, but vaguely immoral. And so, once in a while, you look up at the sky, and you pull down, and you say, I really should get... And then you make a half-hearted attempt. You call your agent. Is there anything, Charlie? Oh, good to hear from you again. Where you been? Well, I'm around. And, of course, the implication when he says, well, where you been? I say, oh, you poor sap. And you can hear the thundering roar of the hoofbeats going through his office as you're in touch once again with the great race. And you can never catch up, Have you ever seen a dog race? That's one of the saddest of all races to see, because the goal is out in front of them. When you see a horse race, there's a complete meaninglessness to a horse race. I mean, they just they run past. There's no meaning. And we like to believe that one horse has a rivalry inside of him to beat another. No. Come on now. That's that poor old idiotic thing that Walt Disney started years ago, that animals are really people in disguise and are somehow better. No, that's silly. Get it out of your mind, out of your skull. Peguine cats are not people. No. They are carnivores, dear, and given the chance, they will carnivore on you, which is another story. They're just too small to get away with it. Now, incidentally, this is another thing. We have a concept of fringe, It's like all of us think the natives love us because they come up nuzzling up to the little house we've established in the jungle to hand them aspirins and rock and roll records. But given the alternative, they would come nuzzling up with something else. And if you don't believe this, take a look at the Current Life magazine and see all the people being chased over the veldt in Africa. I mean, literally being chased. It's just a matter of choice, you see. The cat has no choice but to be this friendly little thing that curls in your... But given another, say, 200 pounds, the cat is another story indeed, my dear. And another story. But that's all beside the point, you see. The horses are just things, they run. But you go to a dog race. You see, I learned a lot about this problem of the thundering herd one time when I was inadvertently admitted to a dog track outside of Miami at one point in my career when I was working for the government. I had risen to the rank of PFC rapidly by diligent study, and I was allowed a few hours off from the tether. And somehow or other, I wound up in a dog track, of all places when you're in the Army to be. I mean, this is I can't tell you how symbolic this was. How meaningful it became. Could very well have been one of the turning points of my life. Have you ever wondered how in the world you got to be what you are? Where the turning points really were? How come you didn't wind up Harlow Curtis or something? I mean, he's obviously Hey, speaking of that, did you read that fantastic thing on the front page of the New York Times, The Triumph of PR Over the Truth? Incidentally, you know what public relations is? Most people think public relations is advertising. It's completely different. It's the opposite, you see. Advertising takes that little itsy-bitsy thing that you think is better that you have than other people have, and they blow it up into a fantastic blimp. You see, this is advertising. Oh, no. PR is the opposite. I mean, when you got this rotten thing that's hanging on you like a barnacle, PR steps in and makes it good. You see, they do the opposite. This is quite true, For example, when there's a strike in an enormous plant, you don't think the ad men step in, do you, and take out ads about... No, it's the PR men who say that there's just a little momentary riffle in our friendly, wonderful, happy family, but we're all really sitting around the same table pitching the same... Oh, yeah, that's right. It's all part of PR. And it was this beautiful story that kind of exemplifies the dream world of our day. There was the president. Did you see it on the front page of the Times? I almost fell sideways right off the curb on 57th Street when I got this one. It was the funniest piece of Americana that I've seen in a long time. It seems that they nabbed the president of one of the major automobile concerns with $450,000 in his jeans. and the PR men immediately stepped in and said, Mr. L.B. Watanabe has arrived at a settlement with the Watanabe Motor Company for $450,000, which apparently came about through a mistake in bookkeeping and a mistake in aims. We have reached a settlement. Mr. Watanabe has resigned. I could see the settlement. Can't you see them dragging this guy in from his plush office, kicking and screaming, 2 FBI men on each side, and one guy behind him with a sawed-off shotgun, and they drag him in, and the money is all taken out of his $450,000 by a misunderstanding of the bookkeeping methods. And they lay it out, and they say, all right, Charlie, now what? It's either the pokey or hand the dough over. He hands the dough over, and a settlement has been reached. A settlement. This is a settlement in our time. You see, it somehow sounds like good, solid, substantial citizens have gotten down and sat down and talked it over. You see. Hitler pointed it out, a long time ago. I must say he did. Hitler said that the way that big people can get by with it is that little people almost always live lives of complete honesty and cannot comprehend people above them being anything other than they are, only in spades. He must be more honest than I am, whereas it's almost invariably quite the opposite. Quite the opposite. And that's how they got there, you see, being a realist. And by the way, realism is not to be confused with cynicism, my dear. So don't fall into that trap. I mean, this is an old canard that is constantly trotted out by these guys who say, oh, those professional gloom dealers. No, it's not the same thing, And so anyway, I'm in this track. I'd like to describe, most of you have probably never seen a dog race. Let me tell you how a dog race works. Whippets and greyhounds run. And they have this track, it's a little itsy-bitsy track, in a way, you see, and there's all those lights and all these sweating people are sitting around. And they bring the dogs out, and they sort of trot them around back and forth on leashes, and these are just plain, ordinary, dumb dogs, and they're very dumb. Oh, yes, the greyhounds and the whippets are the dumbest creatures this side of an amoeba. And they walk back. I know it's terrible to admit that there's such a thing as a dumb dog, my dear, but there are many dumb dogs, just as there are dumb people. It's interesting to note that the porpoise is about 14,000 miles above the dog in the scale of intellectual values. and very well could be several points above man, incidentally. In fact, I was aboard this cruiser, and there was a whole school of porpoises going alongside of us, giving us the old bazoop. Every 5 minutes, they'd come out of the water and look at this thing and give us the business again. Man was right back after it. This poor old cruiser had been mothballed with the best of intentions to cut out war. And now we've taken off all the shades and we're back at it again. And the porpoises go on. I mean, who is right, you know? Poor clowns. And so I'm sitting at the dog track, sweating away, wearing my full dress uniform, my PFC suit, looking out there, and I have my 75 cents bet on number 7, which was a thin, raily, ribby-looking creature, very moth-eaten, and they were walking them back and forth out there. I had never seen a dog race. Let me describe it. And all these dogs were brought together in a little mob, and put into little chutes, and their little tethers were taken off, and there was a ringing of a bell. Boing! No, it's not cruel at all, my dear. No. Wait till I tell you what happens. There's no cruelty involved. I mean, when is there going to be a society called the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Us? I mean, to get us out of this crummy race. I mean, that's what I want. I mean, I'm talking about the great race. You know what I know. You know, have you ever had anybody call you on the phone and say, "How's it going, Charlie?" How is it going? Well, I'm going to ask you, how is it going? You know what the it is that I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. Wouldn't it be fantastic if it was taken off of your back? If you could forget all those miserable things, you know, when you're 3 years old, they begin to drum into you that ambition is the soul of honor and goodness. And as a matter of fact, almost invariably, the world has been undone by ambition. All the worst tyrants in history were the most ambitious people in history. Every one of them, every last single one. Do you remember when Castro came in? I don't want political office, he said. I don't want to have anything to do with the army. I'm going to come back and study law again. Yes, sir, that's my baby. Oh, sir, don't mean maybe. And each one of us is just as bad. Give you 30 seconds in the boss's chair and you would become a fiend. Believe me, an absolute, utter, and complete fiend. It's inside within every one of us. Don't think for a minute you're any different. And the reason you're so wonderful is because you've gotten nowhere. Believe me. You have not been given the chance to wield the axe. Given the chance, look out. Nellie, bar the door. And if you couldn't wield the axe, you would never get into that seat. Ever. It's just the rule of thumb of the nature of the jungle. But nevertheless, I'm sitting there, and I'm watching these dogs, and here is the significant point. Suddenly, up pops in front of these dogs a rabbit. A phony rabbit. Let me tell you, it was the phoniest rabbit I've ever seen, and I've seen some phony rabbits in my day. I've worked for some. As a matter of fact, I happen to work now for a genuine rabbit, but a rabbit, you know. And so, nevertheless, I mean, I got nothing against rabbits. But then again, I've got nothing for rabbits either. I can tell you this very definitely. I mean, I can take rabbits or leave them alone, you know. And so this rabbit popped up out of the track and started to run on a track, a little metal mechanical deal. And these dogs took out like idiots after this rabbit. Obviously a mechanical rabbit. And they're running like mad. And the rabbit is going, and everything is hot, and all the people jumping up and hollering. And the rabbit is about 2 jumps ahead of the dogs. And every time the dogs begin to catch up, the guy advances the speed of the rabbit a little bit. He's got a control board. And they run even faster. And then the rabbit goes fast. And they run like mad. They'll finally, they all go across the finish line, and the rabbit disappears into the ground. And they lead him off the track sweating, waiting for the next heat. Next time they'll get that rabbit. Each one of them says as he's led into his pen. Doesn't that sound familiar? Doesn't that sound familiar, Daddy? Whose life are we describing? Huh? You know what happens when one of the rabbits is caught by a dog? I'll tell you. It happens quite often. Oh, yes. The dog catches up with the rabbit and he merely gets knocked on his duff. It is an electrical rabbit that has 4 electrodes sticking out of the back end, and as soon as the dog catches up, pow! On his keister. He gets up and shakes his head and starts to run again, which somehow, you see, is precisely what we're all involved in. Yes, sir, that's my baby. Speaking of rabbits, this is WOR AM at FM New York. And we will be here until, well, you know. I mean, you know, you can't... You see, the point being here, there is no point, actually. There's no point. I just told you the story of the dogs. I mean, I could just see this little old lady out in Staten Island. What is this idiot talking about? Would you please change the dial, Elmer, and get me some good music? Get her some good music, please. Good American music. Yes. Ah, yes, madam. Good American music for you. There we are. Isn't that better, madam? This makes sense, doesn't it? Good sound sense. That's much better, Elmer. You've finally gotten rid of that idiot. Heaven's sakes, I don't know how they allow people of that kind to get on the radio. These beatnik types. Always talking about dog races. I can't stand it. I love dogs. Obviously, Madam loves people. And Shepherd persists in speaking of them. And the poor, senseless rabbits that they pursue endlessly. Endlessly through thousands of miles of Walt Disney film. With the same scenery going past them hour after hour. Would you please get that idiot off who keeps interrupting the music? Yes, madam. Poor Voo. Just remember, ladies and gentlemen, in this day, in this moment of our history, 1960, we are playing the Everything is Going to Be All Right polka by the 10 million sighing somatic strings, lulling you eternally in a bath of amniotic fluid. Of course you've got more automobiles than ever before. And more air conditioners, too. There's no question about that. And you're more, of course, certainly more secure than you ever were. You've made your third payment already on that plot in that friendly eternal resting place out on Long Island, close to the bus station, where your friends can... And by the way, it's non-segregated. It's purely democratic. But you have assured yourself of a preferred position by buying early. Oh, don't stop. Don't stop. Oh, can you imagine the terrible sight of an American who has suddenly been weaned from his mood music? Is out there on that dark, cruel sea. Shall I tell you the awful truth, my dear? That on our warships that are plunging out over that dark Stygian main, there is a loudspeaker in every gun turret that plays mood music? Yes, I'm telling you the truth. And they're also playing The Barbarians Are at the Gates Waltz. For all of you who have gathered to dream for just a moment, for a year, for a decade, maybe for a century. This is such pretty music, Albert. There. Don't you feel better now? It's so nice to get out of the rat race. Have you noticed that... I'd like to point out one thing. Have any of you ever seen rats racing? And we eternally call it the rat race. Actually, what you're talking about is the people race. I've never once seen a rat race another rat. As long as I've been around, and I've been around, you know, baby. I've been around. Speaking of being around and getting there, the next time you fly the coop, or at least make the poor, pitiful attempt, you know, you can never do it. Don't think for a moment you can. No matter where you go, you are you. And the saddest sight is the sight of a tourist 1,000,000 miles away from home trying to find another him. Trying to find another him, you see. He stands and looks at the Fontana di Trevi, and the great waters are rising and falling, and he's wearing his Tom McCann shoes, and he is still literally, thoroughly, and completely him. He will never be anything other than that. He is always an eternal observer, as we all are. And so the poor Italian coming out of the dank little doorway just outside of, let's say, the square of Tritone, he comes out and he has his little postcards and he looks at you and he himself can never escape being himself. We are eternally this way. I would suggest that the next time you make the poor, pitiful attempt, you do it via Lufthansa. At least you will be lulled for a moment. 14,000 miles above the sea. No wonder we love jet flying. It's the most unreal kind of flying there is. I mean, you don't even see the ground in a jet. You are totally and thoroughly in limbo. You are. You know what I'd like to do? I wish some airline, and I'm going to make this suggestion. You know, I sat with a Lufthansa executive, and we talked about this thing. And they have some of these beautiful old DC-6s. I love the DC-6. And these beautiful old Super Connies, which I think is the most graceful of all aircraft. I wish somebody would dig out a biplane. A real biplane with open cockpits. 2 open cockpits, you know. A biplane, in case those of you who are completely bred and born in the jets and don't know what a biplane is. A biplane is a thing that has, I'll tell you, it's like if you took a piece of the Venetian blind, you know, and you cut it off and it's got 2 things sticking out from each side and it's got a great big thing sticking up on the back and wheels hanging down. I'd like to ride in an airplane again that has wheels hanging down, you know. And I'd get in the front cockpit and they'd strap me in, you see, thoroughly, just strap me in with my leather jacket and a great big cloud of sheepskin up around my neck. And then I would have my leather helmet pulled down over my eyes, great big goggles, and I would sit there and they, of course, there would be a white silk handkerchief that would flow back in the breeze. And I'd sit there and the pilot would get behind me and he'd say, "We're taking off." And he'd holler, "Contact!" And the mechanic would grab a hold of the prop. And by George, we'd be flying. And away we go. Can you imagine what a sensation it would cause if one I don't care what airline it would be, just name it, Lufthansa, TWA, KLM, announces that they have a biplane flight now available for the true aficionados who really want to do it. You know, there would be a line of 8 million guys waiting to fly via open biplane. I mean, the dangerous kind of plane that could very well be lost off Greenland forever. I would be the first in line. I don't know why, but I would be there. Wouldn't it be a tremendous thing? And I'm sitting there talking to this guy. I says, you know, why don't they keep a couple of these old, you know, the real airplanes on the routes for people who like to sit for 14 hours? You know, who just like the old steamers. I can't think of anything better than to take a long 1-week steamship ride. Really, seriously. Or to fly for 14 hours over this airplane that just quietly flies along. But you get into a jet. Now, I've flown into the interior of Europe on a jet. It's a strange sensation. To those of you who have never flown a jet, it is the most unreal sensation that you can imagine. It is really indicative of our time. That flying to Europe has been reduced, I think, to a kind of, you know, like throwing away an old used Kleenex or something. You don't even think twice about it. Let me tell you about the first time I saw Kleenexes. You know, it's funny. I remember some of these things make a vivid impression. I had this teacher named Miss Shields who was very advanced. Miss Shields had already in that period given up Winnie the Pooh and was deep in Little Orphan Annie and Annie Rooney. And she used to read us out by the hours. She used to read us Raggedy Ann and Raggedy Andy. And I remember one day Miss Shields, who had kind of yellow, the kind of hair that is wiry, that sticks out like a great cloud from the head. She was always wearing kind of a Brillo pad made out of hair. And Miss Shields is rimless glasses and thin and transparent. And Miss Shields is eternal. She was the only one I ever known, really, who could honestly weep over Raggedy Ann and Raggedy Andy. Literally weep. And great tears would flow down from behind her rimless glasses when she's reading the story of the balloon fairies. And she's, she was really ahead of her time. I mean, she could have been she could have been a woman commentator today. Way ahead of her time. And so Miss Shields is standing up there reading us Raggedy Ann and Raggedy Andy. And I'm noticing that as she finishes each paragraph that was particularly poignant, she would take something out of her purse, a white handkerchief, and blow her nose. That ladylike nose blow, that little wiping back and forth. And she had one of these razor-like noses that bent from side to side when she would wipe. This is a librarian nose. And she would wipe it back and forth, and then she would tuck it into her purse again. And she would go, and Raggedy Ann said to Raggedy Andy, "Oh my, the pirates are after us now. Please come away with me, Raggedy Ann." And she would read this, and she would go on, and she would blow her nose again. And then occasionally she would reach into her purse and take out another one and drop the others into the wastebasket. I couldn't imagine what she was doing. I came from a bandana handkerchief, a real bandana family. Big red things in yellow and green. I haven't had a good blue bandana in years. And this is the kind of family. And she's throwing these things away. Do you know what I did after class? I'll tell you exactly. It's an awful thing. This is a real confession. I looked in the wastebasket to see what they were. And they were paper. I had never seen Kleenex before. And it was kind of a shock. It was the beginning of the plastic world. And I went home and I said, "Hey, Mom, Miss Shields blows her nose in paper." I had the wrong idea. I thought it was another kind of paper, actually. And she says, "Well, yeah, she's using Kleenex." I said, "Kleenex? What's Kleenex, Ma?" She says, she's standing over there by the sink in her rump-sprung bathrobe, and she says, "Kleenex is paper handkerchiefs, Ma." I says, "But doesn't Miss Shields have real handkerchiefs?" She says, "Kleenexes are real handkerchiefs." I says, "Ma, they're paper." She says, "But they're real handkerchiefs." I says, "But what about my handkerchiefs? I take my bandana out of my pocket." She says, "That's a bandana." I said, "But it's a handkerchief." She says, "No, it's a bandana. Miss Shields is using Kleenexes." My mother was going the way of all flesh. And little did I know it. And everywhere. Of course, it was the beginning, you see. It was the beginning of the slow transposition to where today now you can buy a sweater that is called virgin nylon. You see, that it's gotten rid of that old crummy wool stuff that we used to have, that old miserable cashmere. And now we have virgin nylon. Can you imagine a guy who can't afford virgin nylon? And so please, don't leave me. Hey, Ed. Hey, don't leave me. Don't leave me. Don't. I need a little shot of dream here. That's better. Give it a little wow. That'll make it good. That's what we need. You see, the truth comes out in the most unexpected of all places and tells about our deep-seated fears. As you know, almost all of you are aware that womankind has almost completely abdicated her role in the world of today. Almost completely. But her conscience will not allow her to do so. Man himself, and I'm speaking in the small letter man, he too has abdicated his role. His role of the slayer of saber-toothed tigers, the cracker of clamshells, the ranter and the roarer against the great bolts of lightning that come out of that darkening sky. He no longer rants. He no longer roars. He no longer feels the dark, cutting surge of overwhelming anger. This was man's role. Woman's role has too been abdicated. And so we must somehow gain, if possible, the vicarious substitute. And so man after man buys magazines where women fold out in a 3-color spread. that remind him of the days when he really chased real women. And he calls it Playboy. Women buy magazines that remind them that there were once days when they were women, and they grated cabbages, and they broke eggs into bowls. And so they, too, remind themselves by hanging bronze-plated cabbage graters on the walls of imitation pine-paneled kitchens. You walk through the kitchen on your way to the Chinese restaurant, night after night, in many East Side apartments. The kitchen has become a repository for a kind of museums of consciences. And hanging on the walls are great bronze-plated pans that once were used for boiling potatoes and are now only used to look at. I even know one chick who has a bronze-plated meat grinder. How basic can you get? The kind that Aunt Min used to stand and shove great chunks of beef into, and sat and grind up the bone and the gristle and all for Uncle Carl's hamburger. She did it just to bug him because she'd thrown his teeth down the air shaft months before, and he just sat there. One time he gummed one of her hamburger balls for over 4 weeks, just gummed it and sucked. But Aunt Min knew what she was doing. It was a war of attrition all the way. And I know this chick on the East Side who has a bronze-plated meat grinder. It's right out of the American home. A handy decorating hint. You see. Oh, yes. I foresee the day when automatic washers will become the antique of our time. The automatic washer. Because there is a man who brings the linens and who leaves. There is a man who brings the dish towel and then leaves. I know apartments where the dish towel hangs only as an old artifact. Just hangs on the wall there, and it's beautifully embroidered. It hasn't seen a dish other than those dishes that are hanging on the wall for years. It's like the appendix. And so womankind has too abdicated her role, just as man no longer finds it possible to be angry, to stalk the wary saber-toothed tiger next to the water cooler. We have both abdicated. And the truth is coming out. Please, give me a little more of that truth music. Truth. American version. Did you read the little news note that came, of all places, in the Trenton Evening Times? Friday, May 20th, 1960. I have included this in my great catalog of how things really were, so that 10,000 years from now, when people dig up our art, they get no idea what the world is like looking at Henry Moore, believe me. They'll get no idea looking at Picasso. But they will get an idea of how we are when they read this. Listen to this. Speaking of womankind abdicating her place and mankind abdicating his, we have to have a symbolic conscience, though, that reminds us of once we were, this we were. A little note from the Trenton Evening Times. I quote, "Have you ever noticed that more and more of the gasoline signs hanging outside service stations are oval in shape? Have you ever noticed that? And many of them are pure white and glow in the dark. Oval shape. What does that remind you of?" Yes, sirree, Bob. It is no accident. An industrial designing firm applied Freudian psychology and concluded that since over 60% of the customers are female, the gasoline signs ought to appeal to them. And what does that ovoid shape remind you of? It's a 3-letter word that often pops up in New York Times crossword puzzle and begins with an O. The second letter is a V. The oval shape was chosen because it is said to, quote, and we are quoting the industrial firm, a symbol of the mother relationship, the egg and the home. As mother whistles down US 1 in her Jag 140D. Mother, 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 we salute thee. Would you please fill her up, young man? And Mother reaffirms her motherhood once again to the tune of $4.61 worth of 105 proof. Have you noticed gasoline is becoming a Freudian thing? Have you noticed this? Oh, yes, gasoline is no longer sold on its octane or what it does. Oh, indeed. There is a series of TV commercials that scared the wits out of me. It shows this desperate-looking guy. He's sitting there, and he's got a crew cut and a low forehead. Believe me, he's got a low forehead. Have you seen this guy? He's a desperate, and he's got this nervous-looking chick sitting next to him, and he's looking around very impatiently. He's looking for the guy. Obviously, he's looking for the gas station attendant, and he's pulled into a gas station. He's looking around, that nervous, irritated, rotten look that you see on the face of everyone running after the mechanical rabbit. And the announcer says, "Men on the go, men of action, choose Watanabe gasoline every time." And he's the guy that I'm always afraid of every time I'm driving. He's that guy that goes, that cuts, that fantastic character that leaps from stop sign to stop sign and from stop street to stop street. He now has a special gasoline made for him. Men on the go. And there will be a gasoline one day, believe me, that will be sold to the contemplative man. Chooses Walden gasoline. And it'll show a guy driving along to the countryside thinking beautiful thoughts. And then there will be one sold to the concerned man. And there'll be this guy he's reading the New York Times editorial, and you see him. And coming out of his TV sitting next to them is the grim, concerned face of Edward R. Murrow. The concerned man uses realist gasoline. So keep your eye out, baby, for the gas station of your choice. Be sure it has that right. Oh, of course, you can't help but, everywhere. Everywhere. A guy said to me the other day, he says, has it ever occurred to you that we all might be the victims of subliminal propaganda of one kind or other? And he says, wouldn't it be fantastic if somebody decided to use this? I said, but we wouldn't know it if they were. Remember, that's what the whole idea of subliminal is, Jack. He says, yeah. He looked at me. Yeah. And he was wearing his washable, wearable suit. And he was wearing his washable, wearable life. And he was striding into the sunset on Madison Avenue. And you could just see the very edges, the very tips of the great rivers on either side of us. Way down, when you look west and you look east, you can see those eternal waters. And speaking of the eternal waters, do you remember the story of that ship that sank out here in the East River just a few weeks ago? This ship was coming along, at 3 o'clock in the morning. Get this now. This is right here in the heart of good old friendly Manhattan. And you, of course, are aware that the street department, and get this, Jack, the street department is still maintaining hunting teams who spend their nights hunting throughout the water supply system of New York, dark, deep under the subways, way down under your feet, hunting alligators. Do you know that there are alligators living right under the surface of Manhattan? Everyone says, "Oh no, that can't be." Oh yes, it is. And you know where they came from? There was a tremendous fad, if you remember, a few years ago, people buying alligators and sending them back from Florida. You remember those? For $1 and sending them back to Cousin Min in the Bronx? Yes. Well, what happened after you have an alligator around the house for a while, you get kind of tired of the look on its face. And what do you do with an alligator? You don't throw them out, you just toss them out in the garbage. Well, what happened with most people is it's a funny little thing. Yes, they wound up in the water supply. Guess how? But the thing about an alligator, baby, is that he's amphibious. And more than that, he's highly adaptable. And that water supply system down under the streets of New York is kept at a constant temperature, you know. It does not freeze down there. And so they grew to great size until this very day, right under your feet, 14-foot alligators are stalking. And little men with little lights on their helmets are looking for them. Just thought you ought to know. And so that ship is going along the East River at 3 o'clock in the morning, right by the UN building, the central heart of the nerve system of all assembled humanity, when suddenly something on the bottom of the river, something on the bottom of the East River, that friendly old river out there, ripped the bottom of this boat right out. Do you know how much of a rip it made in it? There were 20 compartments in this ship, which was almost 800 feet long. It ripped a line right down the middle of the ship through 16 of the compartments, like a gigantic can opener. And at last reports, they still hadn't found what it was. Under the East River. All the guy could say, "We're sinking, Charlie!" And they drove it up on the beach right next to the, symbolically enough, right next to the UN building. Where better for a sinking ship to be pulled up? To remind the natives, to remind the denizens of what it's like. And the water is pouring in. Speaking of the water, we have with us tonight the paper book gallery. Deep down dark in the heart of seething Greenwich Village. And it does seethe. And I would like to recommend that if you're taking the village thing tonight, if you got nothing to do, I can think of no better place to go to spend your, interestingly enough, the paper book gallery is becoming recognized more as a place to go than as a place to buy books. Isn't that sad? Guy said, "Oh, yeah, I went to the paper book." I says, "What did you get?" He said, "Oh, I don't buy no books." He just goes and stands around with Schopenhauer glaring at him and Kant and Kierkegaard. And incidentally, the one who would understand that most of all is Kafka, looking down at this poor clown bathing himself in the aura of books. Well, if you'd like to do it, it's the Paper Book Gallery down on Sheridan Square. And remember, it's the Paper Book Gallery. They have deliberately placed 4 steps in which you go down to get into this place. It reminds you of the mortality of which you are part of. You can't escape it. And you will find that this is undoubtedly one of the most intriguing shops of any kind you've ever been in New York City. There are 2 of them. There's one on 3rd Street. And incidentally, the one on 3rd Street, by the way, the gallery will be open till 2 o'clock this morning. The greatest collection of paper books probably in America. But 2 doors down from the one on 3rd Street, at 82 West 3rd Street, is Yin and Yang, which unquestionably, to me at least, is one of the finest Oriental restaurants in New York. And according to Gourmet magazine, is one of the finest 5 Oriental restaurants in the United States, which I will not go so far as saying. I'm beginning to have a great unfaith in reviewers. Reviewers obviously are emotional people. I wonder what Walter Kerr thinks every time he walks past that sign that says, "A best blah, 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 musical I've seen in years." You know, the one with a 4-letter word in it. And it's literally one of the worst. So, what happened that night anyway? Too many olives. But nevertheless, Yin and Yang at 82 West 3rd Street is truly one of the finest Oriental restaurants in America. And they are open on Sunday. You'll find, and it's very difficult to find a good restaurant open in New York on Sunday. And if you're going out for dinner, you'll find them open tonight till 10. You'll find them open, 10, 11. They're open till 1. And you'll find them open till 2 o'clock in the morning, most weeknights. And they open at noon tomorrow, and they will be open until midnight. And this is 82 West 3rd Street, Yin and Yang, and they have a bar. They have a bar. Now. You see, he jumped over his air conditioner. It was only a drop of 35 feet. That's the point, you see. Over the air conditioner.
Over WOR Radio, your station for news.
A man with drive.
A man with drive gets...
Well, that's it for Air Checks this week. We will have more Gene Shepard next week. I can't always tell how long each episode is going to be, but we keep on doing this until we hit the last episode in 1977. Air Checks is normally a 3-hour podcast uploaded weekly and can be heard every Sunday on the K-Tai Radio Network. See you at the same time and same channel.